Welcome to the world of Delusions. A world filled with monsters that come in many shapes and sizes. First, we'll look at Torberk, a city known for housing the followers of Tormarch, who imprison and kill those with the gift of magic. Elric, the ruler of this great city, is one of the youngest kings to ever sit on the throne. North of Torberk is Nimont, a city run by the Order of Imperius, a place for those seeking safety from others, as long as they do their obligations for the Order and the people of Nimont. The ruler of this city is called the Grand Exarch of the High Seraph, and only the most loyal and hard-working follower get to speak with the Grand Exarch. West, we find a city called Black Hollows, known for its mechanical marvels that protect its people, and its giant meteors filled with purple crystals that power the city. They are also known for the lack of royalty after the whole family was crushed by meteors. The current ruler of the city is unknown to everyone, but it is said that a group of mercenaries has taken the city under their wing. Past 10 years, tension has been building up in the cities of Torberk, Nimont, and Black Hollows. Torberk and Nimont have joined a military alliance and declared war on Black Hollows. Black Hollows responded in kind by raising an army of machines. While neither side has gained any ground, thousands of lives from the Torberk and Nimont alliance have been slain by the machines of Black Hollows. Small towns have been trampled beneath the might of Black Hollows' army, but this has left the machines weakened and starving for fuel. Far in the north, the Vikings of Wolford have conducted numerous raids on the towns and cities across the world, stealing thousands of magic items to sate their unending greed. A rumor of a new kingdom has been spreading. Not much is known about it, not even its location, but people say an ancient being rules over it, goes by the name Gunga Ginga.
Nature demands it.
Meanwhile, adventurers Bob, Jed, and Smallbeak have made new lives in Norfolk by telling their stories. A thick fog creeps closer to a small village called Longdale, and that is where we will start our story.
Sa Blessings be upon you. I am Malkus Greggan II, cleric to the Order of the High Seraph Imperious. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. What's that? You don't know of the High Seraph Imperious? Allow me to enlighten you. Imperious is the last shining beacon of hope in this dark world. He is the only High Seraph that cares for the lives of not only those who follow him, but all precious life. He is the sword against all evil and shield of the innocent. Be it undead, aberration, fiend, or demon, all filth will be purged by his cleansing light. I know what you must be thinking. I see you notice the tail, my eyes, the horns. Yes, I am a tiefling. My blood is of demonic heritage. Fear not. I have denounced my demonic blood before the eyes of the Order many years ago, just as my father did before me. In time, through service, Imperious himself will cleanse me and my family of the demonic blood that plagues us. I am beyond grateful for the existence of the Order. Despite my demonic nature, they have allowed myself and my father to stand among our fellow members as equals. Imperious truly is the greatest miracle we have. May his light and love shine over all. Praise be to the High Seraph! Excuse me. Got a little carried away there. Nothing brings me greater pleasure than spreading the word of the High Seraph and his Order. I was born in Nimont, where the Grand Chapel of the Order resides. I joined at the age of 4 to follow in my father's footsteps. I trained to become a cleric, learning healing magic as well as the art of combat. By the time I came of age, I became a full-fledged member. Since then, I have been stationed at a detachment in Ampleforth. Over the years, I have carried out several missions, vanquishing evil monsters, recruiting members, healing the sick and wounded. The Order of Imperious does all it can to help those in need. Recently, I have been assigned my first high-priority mission straight from the Grand Chapel. According to the knights who are traveling with me, I have been handpicked specifically for this mission. It seems that I am finally getting recognized for my reliability within the Order. I am to recover an artifact from an old ruin near Longdale and deliver it to Nimont. I am told that within this artifact a great evil is sealed away inside. The artifact has unleashed some sort of curse on the town of Longdale. The town and its surrounding area have been shrouded by an evil fog. People have gone missing. Livestock has begun to die. The residents of the town are suffering. I've met a few interesting individuals in Longdale. They have come along with me to help rid the town of the fog. When I first laid eyes on Cragtoe, he struck me as a drunken troublemaker. However, that impression was short-lived. He's just a loud and boisterous dwarf with a strong taste for alcohol and an endless supply of stories. He may act intimidating, but beneath that hairy exterior, I can see a merry, kind soul. He's quite handy with that axe of his, too. I haven't seen many turtles, much less spoken to one. Loren, however, has made a great first impression. He speaks a bit slowly, but it doesn't bother me. He seems very knowledgeable in the ways of magic. He is also in search of a healer, someone well versed in the ways of revivification. What or who he wants to bring back is a mystery to me. I offered to take him to my order in Nimont after we disperse the fog over Longdale. Surely, he will find the help he needs there. Lastly, we have a pale dragonborn woman. I will say, her appearance is a tad unsettling. She doesn't really say much, hasn't even given me her name. Could be one of those rogues, perhaps, with that thick cloak she wears. Something tells me she doesn't seem very fond of members of the Order. I can't say for sure, given I can count the amount of words she spoke to me on one hand. However, her willingness to help the people affected by this fog tells me she has a charitable soul. I'm sure there is nothing to worry about. I am thankful for her help. Words cannot describe my excitement to undertake this mission. This is my chance to prove myself as an invaluable member of the Order, to show that my demonic heritage does not define me, and that my family is worthy of its place in the Order. Perhaps the High Seraph Imperius himself will finally cleanse the evil blood that courses through my veins. One thing is certain. I will not fail. No! 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 No!
Upon a precipice stands a colossal Athenaeum, housing the bulk of knowledge both arcane and academic. Dreadcliff, its current moniker, is better known as a menagerie of imprisoned souls, trapped between the stacks within their own flesh, immutable in time. A haunted house, one might say. A cursed place. What the people do not know about it, though, is that I, Loren Datum, am the one who cursed it. Before, it was a pulchritudinous library of wonders known as Cliffside, and it was my home. I was abandoned there as an infant and raised by the head of the organization, Cyrus, a half-orc wizard who had clipped his ears and filed his fangs. It was his solemn duty to research the arcane for the crown, to preserve knowledge, and to safeguard a selection of the crown's greatest magical treasures, located deep within the side of the cliff for which the library took its name. I was born a natural sorcerer, but through Cyrus's tutelage I trained as a wizard. But the natural wild magic in me was a beast to tame. At the age of 10, over 20 years ago, I caught a plague of the lungs. My coughing fits fired wild magic to and fro, but nothing too serious at first. However, one day, while I was still recovering, the keep was invaded by raiders. One stabbed Cyrus right through the heart as he covered me from their blows. But at that same moment, I released the greatest sneeze of my lifetime. Wild magic dispersed from my body like an unstoppered cork from a bottle containing pressurized, aerated liquid sealed in abjuration magics. Everyone, save me, was petrified in time, their eyes forever pried open. Cyrus, forever between life and death. I studied for decades for ways to undo the curse, but I could find no way to do it and also keep Cyrus alive. I finally, and recently, left Cliffside in search of others attuned to the arcane to find a solution. That's how I met my new pupils, with whom I have been traveling. Malachite, the armored one, he has promised to lead me to a healer in the town of Nemo. I'm not sure about that one after we had to battle his possessed form, but he assures me nothing has changed in our arrangement. Silly, or whatever her name is, the scary dragonborn lady, she also gives me pause, especially after revealing those unnatural tentacles. And who could forget Crackhead, the scariest of them all, with his face and chest and armpits of fur? Anyway, on our journey to Nematode, or Nemo, whatever it is, we found a spot to camp for the first night. It was a dire situation, for I'd not slept in so long and was out of magical power. It's hard work keeping the party together, you understand. At some point while I was asleep, Crackwort tamed a Fae creature he dubbed Alfred. Luckily, Alfred has been invaluable, though I am worried about its nature. Later, Maleficent? Milk Toast? Malady? Oh, I must sort these new names out soon. Anyway, later in the night, Malarkey was once again visited upon by some spirit or something. I wasn't really paying attention. I was too groggy, you must understand. But it all seemed to work out somehow. I didn't do anything. Alfredo Oh, is it Alfredo? Well, anyway, Alfredo found us a carriage. Oh my, how excited I was. Once we tracked down a horse to pull it, we managed to make good time on the road. We found a place to camp, and I taught my new pupils about the wonders of grass and how you could wilt it over a fire for more flavor. Mal, we'll call him until I can get his name down. Well, he did not seem to take to my dish. Really, what can you expect of carnivores and omnivores? I suppose they just have different palates. Anyway, we're still on our journey to wherever we're going, so hopefully we can make it there and find that cleric I've been promised an introduction to.
Hello. I am Sylth'Rax Night Soul, a Raven Knight Dragonborn from the hidden enclave of Zarseth Kittril. My path has never been a simple one. Since I was a hatchling, I've danced on the edge of reality and dreams, guided by visions from dream space and the whispers of a being known only as the Parasite. It offered me power in exchange for a bond, and I, curious as ever, accept it. I see in realms unseen, and in return I must navigate the quirks and curiosities of its influences, like my particular obsession with bread and these tentacles, which I must keep hidden from prying eyes. I wander with a new group of adventurers, driven by something more than mere curiosity. The Parasite, my patron, has begun to wane. Its once steady presence faltering, leaving me with fragmented whispers and uneasy silences. I don't know what's causing this change, but I intend to find out. My journey with these companions might be the key to saving it, or perhaps discovering something far stranger than I can ever dream of. As for those companions, there's Cragtoe, a brewer who guards his secret brew as if it were a treasure more precious than gold, saving it for the tavern he dreams of opening one day, though he refuses to share even a drop. He recently befriended a particular creature named Alfred, or as we like to call him, Alfredo. Then there's Loren, the Turtle Man, with a love for all things green, who shares his endless supply of grass and leaves with others, like Malkus and poor Bob, may he rest in peace. And then there's Malkus. He's fighting his own dark entity, though I suspect he should be more afraid of the Holy Imperium he serves so fervently. A particular group indeed, but perhaps that's exactly what I need. Right after a skirmish with a half-dead bear that disrespectfully devoured and then vomited up my bread offering, we arrived in Nimont. We managed to get into the city with little trouble thanks to Malkus. While the others went in search of a healer at the church, I ventured into the local pub looking for any scrap of knowledge that might help my patron, but found nothing. Instead, I met a unique, if somewhat deranged traveler who decided to tag along with me. When we returned, Bob was missing. It took until evening to find him in that same pub, standing on a table, revealing his true nature as a dark entity, having dropped the cloak I gave him. It took a lot of convincing to make the owner believe it was all just a prank. I was surprised to see Malkus so eager to find Bob, but that surprise quickly turned to dread as he dragged Bob before some fearsome jerk from the Imperium. Just as I was about to leap over the table and intervene, the man drained the essence from Bob, and cut down our poor traveler friend in a single merciless blow, before knocking Loren and me unconscious. The last thing I saw was Malkus struggling with the darkness within him, becoming that infernal thing again. Will we get out of this one? Only time, and perhaps a bit of luck, will tell.
To say a lot has happened these past few days would be an understatement. One moment I was a proud acolyte of the Order of Imperius, the next a runaway criminal, haunted by an ancient evil that now binds itself to me. The life I once knew is gone. My home, once a place of refuge, is now a prison awaiting my incarceration. The Order is corrupted. The Seraphic Commander performs heretical rites on innocents to fuel the war against the Black Hollow forces, an affront to everything Imperius stands for. I fear there is nothing I can do but run, like a coward. I just hope my parents are safe. Damn this cold. After losing consciousness to the entity's possession, I awoke alone in a cell, imprisoned with my companions. Sylth'Rax and Cragtoe were nearby, and I could hear Loren further down the prison. I had hoped the Seraphic Commander had cured me of the entity, but a passing Order member confirmed it was still bound to me. When the guard walked by Sylth'Rax's cell, I overheard them exchange a few words. Suddenly, a loud, bone-chilling shriek, unlike anything I'd ever heard, pierced my ears, scaring the daylights out of me. Seconds later, the guard, now accompanied by Sylth'Rax, unlocked my cell door and gestured for me to follow. After freeing Cragtoe, we followed Loren's voice to where he was being held. Words can't describe the shock I felt when I saw Loren suspended by 4 ropes over a large pit. After we freed him, I noticed several markings carved into his shell. The guard informed us that Loren's magical essence was being used to power a construct for the war against Black Hollows. And Loren was far from the first. Trobrook had been sending their magically gifted prisoners here to be used as power sources for this monstrosity. On the wall nearby, we saw it. A large, 4-winged humanoid construct. It resembled an angel, but with sinister features. Guilt overwhelmed me as I looked at Loren. I had brought him here to Nimont, thinking the Order would help him, as they always had. But instead they used him as a power source for this abomination. Suddenly, the guard was overcome by some affliction and fell into the pit below. We didn't hear any impact until minutes later. We started making our way through the prison, searching for a way out. We came across a room with a large ritual circle in the middle. This was the source of the spell that sapped magic from people to power the construct. I found a book detailing how the ritual works and took it as evidence of the Seraphic Commander's wrongdoings. We continued our search for an escape, and eventually, Alfred, Cragtoe's sleep gulper, found us and led us to a room with a small window. In this room, I found a map detailing the location of some creature in the Arctic wastelands far to the north. Sensing its importance, I took it as well. After escaping through the window, I led everyone to my parents' home to seek brief refuge from any guards that might be looking for us. I was able to inform Mother and Father of everything that was happening. They agreed to help my companions and I flee the city, advising us to seek help from Dooley, the tavern keeper and family friend, to secure a carriage for our escape. Dooley helped us without hesitation, giving us parting gifts, and I said goodbye to my family. We spent the next few days on the road, heading north towards Wolford. We concluded it was the fastest way to leave Order-controlled territory, and the artifacts and knowledge hoarded by the Vikings could prove useful if we can gain access to them. The strange spirit who had been following me since my possession began, also known to the others as Bob, returned. I thought he was gone forever after the Seraphic Commander made him disappear. But he's back, acting as if nothing had happened. Part of me began to believe that Bob might not be an extension of the entity haunting me. Maybe Sylth'Rax was right about him. I requested her assistance in using her dream-walking abilities to help me speak to Bob in the dream world, just as she did on her own. It was strange speaking with Bob, but he provided valuable insight into the entity, how he came to be, and how he can help me learn to harness my new abilities. I became more convinced that he isn't part of the entity. I apologized for treating him poorly and thanked him for his help. I apologized to Sylth'Rax as well, since she and I had been butting heads since we first met. Today, we arrived at the entrance to the Frozen Lands, the territory of the Vikings. A few hours ago, we were confronted by 4 large frost wolves that needed our help in killing one of their own, one who had become afflicted with a disease that drives its victims into a killing frenzy, similar to the giant bear we fought the other day. In return, they promised us safe passage and protection in these lands. We agreed to help and are now waiting for their afflicted comrade to attack. Loren is acting strange today. He's a bit more reserved, lost in thought, and not speaking his mind the way he usually does. I hope he's all right. Or at least as alright as one can be after being imprisoned and having ritual marks carved into their back. I can't run forever. It feels like only a matter of time before either the Order finds me or the entity takes permanent control. Perhaps I should try to find Imperius himself. Surely he will act once I present the evidence of the Seraphic Commander's heresy. But I don't know how to accomplish this. I don't know where to find him. The Seraphic Commander claims Imperius is sick and weakening. He must be lying, just as he did to Loren, promising to help him. High Seraphs are immortal. What could possibly... Oh shit. Guys, it's here! Prepare yourselves!
I once considered what cost I might pay to save Cliffside, and especially Cyrus, from their terrible fates. I thought that any cost might be reasonable. I never cared much for the fineries or the lacy paraphernalia in life. Even my very soul seemed a small token to pay. But I always thought that selling your soul simply meant that you belonged to another in some intangible way. Or perhaps you'd be spoken for in some afterlife. Though I never believed in one myself. Maybe selling your soul is what might grant you an afterlife in the first place. A debt so large that you couldn't pay it off in one meager lifetime. And I was fine with that. I'd pay it. But my ethereal kidnapping several days ago by the Fae Queen in her or his or its mysterious forest taught me otherwise. To sell your soul is to give up who you are, to betray your deepest held beliefs, and then, if there is truly an afterlife, well, may the gods save you. But what was I to do after decades? The first real possible solution had finally been presented. If only I could stomach the quest bestowed upon me. Then so, after Alfredo made quick work of that diseased wolf we'd set out to end, I slipped away from my pupils to carry out the Fae Queen's demand, burning down an entire forest. No, of course my heart wasn't in it. I knew there was no way to burn the forest down, not with non-magical fire. All the trees were covered in a large coat of snow, after all. I thought that perhaps if I showed some gesture that I was willing to betray my principles, the Fae Queen would take pity on me and grant my request. Never have I understood before now just how naive I can be. I have always highly prized my gift of intelligence, but I understand now that no amount of intelligence can prepare one for the consequences of actually living life outside of one's own hermitage. dealing with others proves quite tricky. I have regrets now, for sure. I already had them from my involvement in Cyrus's fate, but that had been an accident. Regret from some evil that you have done purposefully is quite another matter altogether. I regret my pompous treatment of my pupils. Who am I to judge them now that I've betrayed myself the way I have? Betrayed the forest by burning one of its own. And of course, that's what I regret the most. The tree that I felled by fire didn't deserve that fate. And even though I paid a blood price to atone, why do I still feel as though I remain in such debt? And certainly I feel horrible for what happened to that village. I thought that surely teaching them how to harvest bark from the forest without killing the trees might save them from starving to death. But who could have known that the gift of wine that we gave them had been contaminated from the zombie wolf? I didn't want to burn them alive, I swear it. But I saw no alternative, no immediate one anyway, and still I clung to the false hope that I'd placed in that Fae Queen. I thought, yes, a real opportunity to do something that wasn't evil, but might satisfy her requirements. I bid Alfredo tell her, him, them, it, post haste. The cold crept up on us as the daylight dwindled. We had to rig up a solution. Well, I say we, but we all know who really did it. We had to rig up a solution out of our tents to cover the fire and us, while still allowing for ventilation so that we, wouldn't die in the night from smoke inhalation. And despite arguing lately more than getting along, my pupil, Martandalus, allowed me to rest nearby so that my cool blood might soak in both the fire and some trapped body heat. It turned out rather lucky for me, because, just as before, only days prior, I was kidnapped in the middle of the night to see the Fae Queen. But this time, little doubting Marty was carried off with... Marty? Whatever. Was carried off with me, bags on our heads. I was relieved that he was brought with me. There's a chill when you are in the presence of the Fae Queen and her minions. But it's not from any physical properties like temperature. I mean, it's quite warm next to the fire. Having my pupil there with me was a great comfort, and he helped me make sense of its requests, and he finally believed that I had not been simply dreaming up her existence. This time, they asked of me to let her take care of the children we rescued from the village, and at first this seemed somewhat reasonable. We can't take care of younglings, we're on the lam. And who else would care for them? But Marshall talked some sense into me and pointed out that she intended to turn the children into flowers or some such torturous existence. What a trickster! What a nasty creature it is! But I couldn't just outright refuse her. I mean, she's very dangerous. So I told her that I would think about it, and to please bring back Alfredo, who she had killed, to journey with us again, and she agreed. After we awoke in our tent, we informed the rest of my pupils of these goings-on before we returned to the road to seek out the land of the Vikings. I expected, based on the description of them by Crackhead, that they would be wearing rags or loincloths or some such nonsense, but as it turned out, they dress rather well. Better than I, for certain. I think these Vikings may be more than they appear to be.
Hello, and welcome back. It is I, Sylth'Rax. Last time on our adventure, we arrived at Wolford, the legendary Viking say known, well, for its Vikings. Before we arrived, our wise friend Cragtoad thought it would be a good idea for us, well, most of us, to dress in animal skins, like the locals, to blend in. I decided against it, and luckily when we reached the city, we found that the Vikings had changed quite a bit. Instead of wearing animal pelts, most of them dressed rather, what is that word I learned? Oh right, damper. After explaining to the gate guard that we had just returned from a festival, we were allowed into the city. Once inside, we made our way to a tavern, and it was a massive tavern. To our surprise, they had a queen dragonborn. After making a few offerings to the locals and an offering to the queen, we got to talking with her. Turns out her husband is very ill, and she asks us for our help, even offering to pay for us to arm ourselves with new weapons. Armed with a strange shopping list and a pouch of gold, we embarked on quite the shopping spree. I managed to trade a few things, keeping half of my gold. Nah, more than that. Once our shopping was done, we headed north in search of a pine needle from the top of the oldest tree, well, the oldest that we could find. With Bob's help and a few embarrassing tumbles from myself, we managed to secure it. The next item was an icicle from a frost crab? I don't remember. Or something like that. I'll have to check the list. Unfortunately, that task didn't go quite as smoothly. After failing to find even a single crab or clam, we set up camp for the night. That's when things got chaotic. Malkus woke us up by setting trees on fire. Except for it wasn't Malkus, it was that thing again. As much as I didn't want to, I had to warn his face to get that thing to release him, allowing Markus to regain consciousness again. It was kind of fun. That left us with the mess of putting out the fires. Loren tried to use his ice touch, was it? And it worked for a moment. But then the flames turned into this cold blue fire, which didn't burn the trees or anything around it, but we could not put it out like you would any other fire. So, on instinct, I spell siphon most of it, and I think my parasite may have learned how to wield this cold flame. We're still trying to figure out how to put out the rest, but at least it doesn't burn anything. I don't get enough bread for these adventures, I swear.
Our time in the land of the Vikings has not gone according to plan. We intended to blend into their society, hoping to break into their hoard and steal the artifacts and knowledge we seek. Our plan has transformed into undertaking a quest for the Queen of the Vikings herself. A quest to obtain strange items for what I assume is some sort of concoction. These people are not all what we expected. We had prepared for a society of bloodthirsty raiders in rough conditions. Instead, we've encountered a group of well-kept, polite individuals who value peace and, even more unexpectedly, welcome outsiders. We set out further north of Wolford, heading to the coast. The two remaining items on the Queen's list were a freshly extracted black pearl and an ice spike from an ice crab. On our way, we spotted something terrifying. Far across the ocean and the glaciers to the north, I spotted what appeared to be an impossibly large tail. Completely still, towering above the ocean and the surrounding landscape. Its scales were vast and uneven, catching the distant light as they stretched endlessly upward. I had never seen a creature of such magnitude before. I cannot recall any moment in the previous days where either myself or my companions had spotted it. A creature this size would surely be impossible to miss. I cannot fathom how colossal the entire beast must be if all we saw was just the tail. Suddenly, I remembered something. While escaping the prison in Nimont, I stole a map. It had an area marked in the northern glaciers with the drawing of a serpent next to it. At the time, I wasn't entirely sure of its significance. While it's still not entirely clear to me, if I had to guess, the Order likely seeks to sap the creature's magical power, assuming it has any for the war. Perhaps after we complete this quest, we can learn more from the locals about this serpent. When we reached the coast, we began our search for the remaining items. The water was freezing, but it didn't seem to bother Sylth'Rax very much. She took some of the bread I'd bought her and attached it to the hooks on her tentacles. How she wasn't bothered by the icy temperatures is beyond me. Suddenly, a huge ice crab emerged from the water. Sylth'Rax attempted to make friends with it but failed, and combat ensued. My performance in the fight was lackluster, to say the least. I'm still not used to this new magic. My control over it is poor. I only managed to land a few hits on the creature. Thankfully, the others picked up the slack. Cragtoe's wild magic was a game changer. He produced a bright light that blinded the crab, and Loren unleashed swarms of magic missiles, killing it. After securing the ice spike, I harvested some crab meat to cook for the party later that night. Lastly, we needed to find the black pearl. I had Bob float above the water to scout out for a clam, but he came up empty-handed. Just as we were about to give up, Loren spotted one from the shore. I have no idea how he managed to see the clam, but not the massive serpent tail earlier in the day. There was still one problem: the freezing ocean water. None of us could survive a swim down there. We'd freeze before reaching the bottom. I recalled a spell Bob had taught me: Fiend Flesh. I hadn't anticipated using it anytime soon, to be honest. Bob told me it would enhance my demonic features in a way. It didn't sound pleasant, and I wasn't eager to use it, but our quest depended on it, and we all have to do what's necessary to earn the Viking Queen's trust. I cast the spell, and Bob submerged to retrieve the clam. I bundled up as best as I could to minimize the cold's effect, but I never felt such intense cold before. The pain was excruciating. I can't imagine how unbearable it would have been without the spell. Bob successfully retrieved the clam and confirmed that it held the black pearl. As we packed our new items and set off back to Wolford, I noticed that my horns felt heavier. When I reached up to touch them, I realized they had grown, a side effect of the spell. I wish I still had my file. The entity still tortures me. It urges me to harm my companions, whispering commands that would lead to my death. My dreams are filled with images of the entity murdering me, my companions, and my loved ones. After my previous incident, Sylth'Rax advised me that I should try speaking with it, to see what it truly wants and to avoid provoking it again. As much as I want to avoid possession, the last thing I want to do is engage with this abomination. It disgusts me. It deserves nothing more to be purged from existence. But if I refuse, it may kill my companions the next time it possesses me, for all I know. The next time I slept, the entity spoke to me. It wants to be free. Free from me, so it can unleash its terror upon the world. The only way this can happen is if I die, whether by my own hand or another's. The Queen was delighted to see our safe return to Wolford. We presented her with the items she had requested, and she quickly crafted a strange concoction from them, handing it back to us. Her Majesty then assigned us another task. If we succeeded, our reward will be access to the Vikings' Hoard, but she warned us that this mission would be incredibly difficult. Her husband, the king and warlord of the Vikings, has gone mad. This concoction is supposed to free him from his madness. He's holed up in the underground markets of Wolford and has gathered a strong following that now defies the Queen and her people. If we can cure him, we may prevent a civil war among the Vikings, and in return, we will gain access to the infamous Hoard. Imperious willing, we will find something within that Hoard to aid us.
Damn it all. This frozen wasteland. I'm hanging on the edge of a cliff by a thread here. I can hardly get my feet in motion with the cool pooling of blood in my body. No one understands. It's hard enough to get going with this giant shell on my back as it is. There's so very little green here, all buried under the snow. I bet this doesn't melt all year round. I'm sick of the bark. I talked such a good game about it, but if I'm honest, the bark of the kind of trees that can even survive out here is not exactly the tastiest or even the most nutritious. It's living, but it's certainly not living. None of us can afford a great life. It's just not in the cards. Malfeasance keeps getting possessed by some fearful entity, and I imagine we'll have to figure something out to save him eventually. And Silly has those tentacles from whatever she's pacted with. And Crackhead seems less and less there by the day. I'm not sure how sane that one is to begin with. And then there's me, freezing out here, searching for something that ever remains just out of reach. I can see salvation ahead of me, but ever does fate draw it back like a fisherman teasing with his bait, reeling it just out of reach. And what I fear most is that eventually I will swim toward it with all my might and finally catch that bait, whatever the consequences. We returned the items that the Queen bid us fetch, and she had a potion made from them. But of course, there was one more request before we would be allowed to view the Viking stash of gold and artifacts. We were to cure the king of his madness. I'll admit, I should have questioned what sort of madness this was. I am a learned man, after all, but I've been so preoccupied with my own personal quest and failings that it just didn't occur to me. And what's more is that I lived so long in solitude that even though I've read many a book on political intrigue and theory, politics itself eludes me, and here we were assigned to essentially quell the beginnings of a civil war within this society we hardly understood ourselves. We were certainly relying on this queen to have noble intentions because we were doing whatever it took to get what we wanted. The exact thing I'm afraid of doing, ever since I very nearly fell for the Fae Queen's beguiling charisma. We were told that we must infiltrate the black market, as the king was underground and that was the only passage. I couldn't imagine what a Viking black market should look like. They were already known as pillagers, so what could they have to hide in some underground market? A lot of found items, as it turns out. I suppose they were considered some of the riskier stolen goods. And of course, to fit in, I was expected to show interest in all these trinkets, despite having so little coin as to be a joke to some black market swindler. I looked around and I did see an opportunity to perhaps gain a little comfort back in our caravan, but again, I hadn't the coin, not really. And besides, all of these goods were stolen. I don't think that I could ethically buy anything there. But then Silly approached, holding a book she'd bought from one of the stalls. Clearly a copy swiped from Cliffside. At first, I was quite angered that someone had entered the Athenaeum while I was away and stolen some of its contents. But then I realized what that meant. There is a time limit on my ability to save the residents of Cliffside, including Cyrus. If this little turd had the courage to trespass into the infamous Dreadcliff, and was then rewarded with loot, it was only a matter of time before others would do the same, and who knows what may happen. Luckily, the entrance into Cliffside Treasury would still be impossible, but they could end up doing something that kills my friends. I knew then that I must solve this issue as quickly as possible. And then one of the stalls held a helpless little turtle, which, of course, these little rats would do something like that. I could smell the stench of carcasses as soon as we'd entered. But this was no ordinary turtle, as I discovered after Silly stealthily freed him as a drunken crackhead distracted the stall keeper. This was a dragon turtle, known for growing into large, ship-sinking aquatic beasts. Best that we rescued him rather than having him fall into the wrong hands. And besides, little Olivier is so freaking adorable. I really wanted to outright adopt him as my own, as humans do dogs, but it's probably best that we return him to his mother in the wild. Mal-tempered scouted out a passageway using Bob, thinking that it would perhaps lead us to the king. Bob was gone for quite some time, and apparently at a distance that Malady could no longer sense him. Eventually, he came back into focus for him and was covered in rats. We decided to go find him and the king, which eventually led us to a hoard of gold and scrolls and potions, guarded by a giant rat man who identified himself as the king of Wolffarts, or whatever. The king we were looking for, at any rate. Silly tried to trick him, and when that didn't go so well, Marshall intervened and offered this Rat King a potion of Titan's vitality. Clever name. Of course, it was really the potion the Queen had made to end the King's madness. The potion reverted his form. It worked. I supposed it was less a madness that had come over the king, and more of a revolting rat transformation. But, of course, as always, whatever malady was rooted in malarkey decided to take an opportunity to attempt to possess him and kill the cured king. Silly tried her best to stop the possession, but even her best fell just short of sufficient. It was up to me, as their teacher, to put an end to this, but if I'm honest, I didn't really know what to do. So I tackled him. The entity tried to stab me in reply, but my glorious shell kept me from harm, of course. And that seemed to do the trick. I decided to remember that for next time. We returned to meet with the Queen, who was most grateful to us and expressed her trust in our intentions. She granted us the key to their hoard, so that we might find artifacts to help us. Inside, I found a scroll of particular interest that indicated I might summon some kind of being or beings. Marshmallow had found some kind of map that proved of interest to his own personal journey. I wasn't privy to the specifics, and Silly found another being inside of a jar that attached itself to her and granted her new tentacles, which seemed, I don't know, promising or ominous, however you might feel about that. So I thought, why not try this summoning? Maybe it would help me like the others seem to have been helped by these artifacts. Silly had to read the spell for me, as I did not know the language, but we summoned some great and terrible-looking beast that said it wished only to be free. And if I made a wish on him, whatever my heart desired, it would grant it, and then be freed from the scroll which bound it. Now, I must remind you, I have greatly desired to rescue my comrades for decades now, and I was currently freezing my tail off in the tundra. I'd already been baited by the Fae Queen and all these promises others had made to me only to be ripped out from under me like Malarkey's order when they tried to drain my magic. And the news that Cliffside had already been violated and robbed played over and over in my mind and demonstrated how little time I had to resolve this issue. So, sure, right? Well, why not? I was prepared to make that wish. This creature only wanted to live, much like anyone would. Only wanted to escape imprisonment, right? I was ready. I was willing. And we'd trusted the Wolfard's Queen on less to get what we wanted, didn't we? Oh, but Markowitz expressed concern that it might be evil. So we investigated, and it turned out that it wished to burn cities to the ground. Of course, yet again, baited, only for my wish to require some terrible evil to befall the world, reeled in again, ever out of reach, enticing me even more. Probably the same way Olivier had been captured, and I swear on any gods that may or may not exist that I can only hold out so long. I'm trying so hard not to pay evil with more evil, but I know deep down just how vulnerable I really am. I closed the scroll. It disappeared. The monster, I mean. But I didn't put the scroll back. No, I kept it. Just as I told the Fae Queen I'd have to consider her offer further. What am I supposed to do? What is anyone supposed to do when the only methods of saving their loved ones come with evil as its price?
Well, the first thing that I have to say is that I'm not a particularly happy person at the moment. You know, I might have been drinking a bit, and all of a sudden I realized that we're in a place and there's blue fire and there's these dead ones coming at us and they're in this big pack. And some of my friends go right, so I decide to go left and split them, and I was hoping to circle the dead ones with some fire and hopefully burn some of them, but more importantly keep them trapped until me and my friends were able to kill the other pack that had split off. But things did not go the way I planned. Our DM decided to make the zombies kind of come out of nowhere on me, so I found myself trapped. And after I found myself trapped, I realized that there would be no escape, that I was going to be run down. I was going to be killed. So I might as well take a few out with me, huh? Next thing I know is I'm being dragged across the ground by Mr. Turtle Man. Thank the gods for him. It hurts to breathe. It hurts to move. And good God, it even sometimes hurts to look in the mirror. What the fuck happened to my nose?
Hurry up and wait. That's pretty much been our routine lately. We've been stuck waiting for Cragtoe and Loren to heal up. I give Loren some leaves and Cragtoe some bottle of non-alcoholic beer, trying to lighten the mood. I love a bit of chaos, but in their condition, I didn't think getting drunk would do any good. Still, chaos found a way. Cragtoe pulled a fast one on me, convincing me to put Loren's hand in a bowl of warm water, claiming it was some kind of therapeutic gnome magic. Spoiler, it wasn't. Loren ended up wetting the bed, while magic my foot. Later, we discovered there were no baths available, so Loren decided to roll around in the snow, naked, to clean up. And then he strolled back inside the same way. After I fetched him a robe from the nurses, I took a moment to consult with patrons about our next step. My new patron seems a lot more aggressive and reckless than my main one. Thankfully, my main patron, Parasite, helped me steer towards doing some research while we waited. I stumbled upon some useful information about sightings of the creature that found its way into me. My second patron, I guess you can call it. Whatever that means. We had Cragtoe's gems appraised, and he went off to rent a boat. We decided to check out some ruins that I'm eager to explore before heading back to Loren's home. Well, that's the plan, once we get the boat. And maybe other possible locations. I really want to figure out what I'm sharing my body with. It's all a bit unsettling. After a while, we met up at the pub looking for Cragtoe. We chatted a bit before he headed out with the kids. What did he call them? Gerbil 1 and Gerbil 2. Surprisingly, Malkus convinced us to have a few drinks. I think they watered that stuff down because it took forever to catch a bus. But when we finally did, it was hilarious to see a tipsy Loren. That buzz didn't last long. When we got back to the house, we found a letter from Cragtoe. He decided to leave the adventure behind and give the kids a good life. It'll be quieter without him, but I wish him the best of luck, and I hope they all have a good life ahead of them. Maybe. I'll mail them some bread if we survive these runs.
My friends, I don't look in the mirror and see a defeated man. I see someone who's been given a second chance. When I saw you all fighting for your lives, I realized that I've been selfish for too long, obsessed with starting my trade and making it successful just like my father did. But I've hurt a lot of people. I've made a lot of mistakes. I didn't expect to live when I lit that fire, but since I did, it's time I go and set things right. I asked the children if they wanted to stay here, go with you, or go with me. They decided to go with me. I'll see that they're taken care of, and I will try to raise them like my father raised me. I hope to see you again. Until then, Cragtoe Wardhair, Gerbil, and Gopher. P.S. The money beside this letter will pay for the ship I told you about. And good luck, friends. My name is Enaliel. I don't have a whole lot to say about myself, but I was hired to escort these people to the northern area. It's a very desolate place, ice and cold. It was kind of strange because once we got on land, it wasn't long before some weird lady on a broom flew up, and the people I was with seemed to know her, but they were scared of her, and it seemed like someone was lying. Maybe they're teamed up with this person. I'm not entirely sure, honestly, but
Loren, you went back on your deal. You have 10 days to get to Cliffside if you want to save your mentor.
after she left, a bad storm started to happen, and I didn't know whether we should go back or not, but I just had a feeling that we were getting close to where they were trying to go. I sensed this magical presence, and so we pushed forward, and we came to this place.
Your plan's in here, Storm Giant!
And it had giant jars. And the people I was with seemed to kind of know what they were looking for. She knew that there was some jars, but there was this one corpse that had been skinned. I've seen worse, but it was not a great sight. And so I think the people I was with were a little afraid. We heard this howling. So I brought my team back in, and we eventually decided to kind of make camp. These giant creatures showed up. And I'm not sure if those are the ones that skinned that person. But we were able to scare them off, at least. I'm really looking forward to getting away from the ice, honestly, and heading back down south. As much as I love my job, I don't like the cold very much. I'm used to warm places. I was not made for the cold.
I think I was born in the north in the cold. But for most of my life, I've been spending time in very, very hot places. So we'll see what happens, and hopefully we will make it back alive. And I will continue on my journey of enjoying life for once.
I stare into the vault. Either side of the door is guarded by a stone dragon, each wing touching its counterparts at the tip of the arch. Gold light swells in the center, but it is all of it obscured in a dreamy fog. Are you sure we can trust the guy? A hulking black half-dragon drops a heavy stack of tomes into the vault with a thud that reverberates against the cavern walls and spews dust, scattering the golden rays like sunlight through wisps of cloud. In truth, I don't know. It's a huge risk we're taking that he won't look for others of our order here to work his magics on. But you didn't see the heaping piles of gold in his carts. We could fund Cliffside for generations now, and our cabinets have been running so bare as of late. Besides, part of the deal was in our active research. Well, you know me. I wasn't really listening anyway, so I'll take your word for it. Were you staring at my ass again? Ormana smirks and presses Cyrus against the cliff wall. What? This fat ass right here? He cups the fattest handful of Cyrus he can get. He towers over him, so he bends at the waist to let Cyrus hook an arm around his neck. Ormana, his hand still in such a precarious location, lifts Cyrus above his waist. Cyrus wraps his legs around Ormana's back, and, as their faces meet, Ormana's wings envelop them and block out most of my view of their kiss. Thank the gods. Those two are disgusting. And what do you even do when you kiss? Chew on each other's teeth? Ormana had really sharp ones, and Cyrus, being half-orc, had those protruding bottom teeth that his lips could never cover. And how did they determine a winner anyway? I always imagine it's like having a thumb war, but with your faces. Nasty. I have a little tickle in my nose. Ever since the night before, my throat's been feeling scratchy and I've been sneezing. It kind of hurts at this point. And if I sneeze now, it'll give away that I'm here and not at my lessons. I hold it in. Holding. But it's useless. Achoo! A thick mist envelops the entire face of the cliff and obscures the dirt path leading back up into the village. The temperature drops rapidly, and icicles form on the bottom surfaces of the gate behind the two who are grappling jaws or whatever. A green eye appears from behind its fleshy coat and pinpoints me. Ormana lets Cyrus slide slowly from his arms before he crosses them in anger. Your little twerp is staring at us. Quit calling him that. Cyrus pushes away from the hulk and shuffles toward me. Come on, Bug. I see your eyes peeping over that boulder. What are you doing down here? Aren't you supposed to be studying for your exam on familiar conjuring? Those old tomes won't read themselves, you know. I fumble, climbing over the rock. My body is tiny and weak, and I realize I'm just a kid. I trip my way into Cyrus's embrace, and he lifts me onto his shoulder. He looks up at me, beaming, seemingly proud of me even though I'm so misbehaved. I'm safe here. A familiar warmth settles in my chest. I'm sorry, Cyrus. I sneaked out of my lessons to come tell you that I think I'm getting sick. Ormana chuckles. Little pipsqueak. He's always sick, huh? I don't know what is coming over me, but the urge is overwhelming and I stick my tongue out at Ormana. He's always teasing me. Cyrus must enjoy face wrestling with him a lot because I don't understand why they're always hanging out. Cyrus is too nice to be friends with a guy like him. You're lucky I don't pluck that tongue right out of your skull, kid. He sticks his long, forked tongue out at me. Come on, you're an adult, big guy, Cyrus says. I'm sorry, I think Loren needs me to watch over him again tonight. Rain check? Ormana pouts. Yeah. I'm in Cyrus's bed. I guess that he'd tucked the sheets in around me and fallen asleep at my feet. My throat is so itchy. I'm so thirsty. I look at the nightstand and find a glass of water Cyrus has set out for me, and I down it in a few gulps. A noise, perhaps carefully shuffling feet, washes in like the tide through the crack between the door and the floor. I break free of the covers and slip down the side of the bed until my feet finally meet the cold tile. I can barely stand. My legs are so weak. I check the grandfather clock across the room. 2 a.m. I tiptoe, as best as a turtle can, toward the door. But my heart catches in my throat when I see Ormana stretched out over the floor at the foot of the bed, his hands clasped together with Cyrus's as they slept. A little vomit escapes into my mouth. I slide the door open, bit by painstaking bit, careful not to make a noise while holding back another tickle in my nose. Just what I need, another sneeze to wake Ormana up. If I don't like him at his best, I certainly don't like him in the early morning when he's still groggy and cranky before his coffee. I finally pry the door open. My eyes adjust slowly to the dim light in the hallway, moonlight from the windows in the foyer. There, in the doorway, I see a shape, a dark silhouette, the shape of a man. He presses a finger to his lips to signal me to hush, to cooperate. I gulp air through my nostrils and my eyes water, but I can't sneeze because I start screaming at the top of my lungs instead and dive onto the bed behind Cyrus. "Black Hollows!" Shouts from the other reaches of the Athenaeum ring out from behind the doorway. Ormana and Cyrus leap into action. Ormana lifts the man in the doorway above his head and throws him through Cyrus's bedroom window. The shattered glass rains down 3 stories onto the street below in a symphony of softly tapped cymbals. He turns back to battle, a much larger man that made his way into the room. Another sneaks her way inside, but Cyrus is quickly on her, clubbing her with his wizard staff. "Run, Loren!" I jump back out of bed and run into the hall. I look in either direction at the chaos. Several wizards lie in pools of their own blood. Shadows are leaping room to room. I have to get out, through the entrance, make it to the village streets. I run down the hallway, scratching my nose as I dodge and weave, and tuck my head and arms into my shell as needed to get through the shadows as best I can, but one of the men lifts me from the floor by my robes. I dangle there for a second in midair before Cyrus tackles the intruder and chokes him with his staff as the man's feet writhe and thrash until they don't move anymore, until even the last wheezes of air no longer escape his lips as his breath is choked out of him. We're on the dormitory side balcony, overlooking the foyer and its grand stairway. I'm almost out. I run down the side stairs on my little feet until they meet in the middle with the stairs from the opposite side. But my weakened legs finally give out from under me as I run down the last 20 or 30 steps. I tuck myself into my shell as I spin out, thump, 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 hitting the corners of every step along the way until I'm left spinning on the bottom floor. I'm dazed, but I manage to stand and push through the room, spinning around me. I'm holding in that sneeze again. No time for that. There's a man descending from the middle of the stairway where I was before I'd fallen the rest of the way. He's gripping a sword in one hand. I hear Cyrus's voice calling out, maybe casting some kind of spell, but I'm still in a stupor and... damn it, my nose is stinging from the desperate need to expel whatever is tickling my nasal passages. The man leaps from the 10th stair. I'm going to die. 5 minutes, that's all I managed. 5 minutes since I'd checked the clock upstairs. The one on the mantel above the fireplace, next to the staircase, confirms it. All of my magical training, but every spell in the book eludes me, and I've only managed to survive for 5 minutes. Pathetic. My eyes water from the stinging pain of holding back that damn sneeze for those 5 minutes. This was going to be my last thought. A sneeze I didn't even have time for. The moonlight pouring in from behind the glass pane in the lunette above the front door glances off the sword in the man's hand just 3 feet before me. I start wincing, bracing for impact, but Cyrus was soaring from my peripheral, swiftly flying toward me, magic wings sprouting from his back. He intercepts. The sword pierces right through his chest, his heart on a skewer. Blood gushes from the back as the sword protrudes from it. His magic wings shatter. The shining remnants of it float away and dissipate. And I finally fucking sneeze! The sound shakes the entire building by its foundation. A ghastly hand, larger than my entire body, reaches out from my chest and envelops Cyrus, wraps itself around his heart, weapon and all. The air swells around me, space falters. The clock stops ticking, the hands frozen. The man's hand is gripped around his sword, the top of the hilt pressed firmly against Cyrus's chest, like a key in a keyhole. But nothing was moving, and the 2 men remained suspended in midair, unanimated. The men of shadows, too, all across the library, are frozen in place, gripped by my ghastly hands, stuck in a ripple in the fabric of matter and gravity and light. So too are the other librarians and wizards. Ormana dangled in the air next to Cyrus like a fly suspended in a fruit pudding. His wings remain mid-flap. His arm remains outstretched toward Cyrus, unmoving, desperately grasping for his lover, never to connect. And, just like that, reality ripples like disturbed pond water and shreds away from me until I come to in a field of snow blanketed in the dead of night and firelight. Something lashes out, digs its teeth into my ankle. Zombie. I become alert. Something else. Not quite alive, not quite dead. Using my eyes is like looking through aged glass. The world shimmers and bends in several directions. I hear Cyrus whisper into my ear, "What did you do to me, Bug?" I ask what he means, but his skin is melting off the bone. One eye drops to the dirt and rolls into my infected foot. I hunger, but not for leaves, not for bark. The Fae Queen appears. Her minions dance around me as the seraphic commander draws blood from my body. I shiver from his icy touch. The Fae Queen asks, "Well, don't you have anything for me? I can put your loved ones back together." I say, "But they've melted now like warm butter." "No matter," she replies. "I can reshape them from the mud, from your blood. Just give me what I seek." I remember it's in my pocket. I pull it out. The parchment unravels infinitely. The bottom rolls out of sight. A dark cloud rises from somewhere, and a giant arm reaches out for me. A monstrous hand grips me by the leg and dangles me over a campfire made of the largest tree in the forest. "You set me free. Thank you," it says as it burns Cliffside to the ground. "You failed us. You failed us. You failed us," cry the orphans.
"We're dead now, because you released it,"
Malkus whispers in my ear. The great serpent slithers and coils around me. In a voice like Sylth'Rax, it speaks. "Join us, Loren. Join us." "Join us," says the Fae Queen. Say the orphans. Says Malkus. Says Sylth'Rax. Says Cragtoe, who no longer has a face. Says the serpent. Says the beast from the scroll. Says the Queen of Wolfheart. Says the seraphic commander. Says Bob. Says Alfredo. The serpent lifts me over the giant pit where I was tied up and drops me.
"Join us!"
As I fall and fall and fall, and I hit the ground. Splat! It was a terrible nightmare to wake from. My ankle was still sore. My clothes and blankets were soaked in my own piss again. I couldn't believe that crackhead and the children had pulled that prank on me again. Oh, wait. Everything came crashing back to me harder than hitting the floor. Cragtoe was gone. The orphans were gone. Malkus wouldn't talk to any of us, and our ship had finally brought us to loading port. Cliffside jutted out sharply from the steep, rocky edges of the coast. A harrowing sight. I don't know what awaits us. I don't know how this deal is going to work. I'm afraid of all that hangs in the balance, but now, finally, it would all come to a head, and I would have to deal with it. I still have companions at my side, though they may be more broken than I. No, Cyrus! I collapse. The cold tile bruises my knees. I hug the air and hold on to the dust billowing in the wake where Cyrus vanished. I've failed, just as I dreamed. I was so self-assured when I made my deal with that monster. And the worst part was that I knew I had seen her garden of poor souls. Must have had loved ones as stupid as I am. But I haven't the time to mourn now. That bastard, the Black Hollow's assassin, who had run through Cyrus with his sword, has awakened. Fury runs now through my veins, replacing all of my tears. Don't get too close to him, I yell through gritted teeth. I let my anger pulse from heart to hand and shape it in the air. Fireball. The flames spread around the shadow, but he's too quick and manages to avoid the worst of my attack. But the Markiplier and Silly are on him and do not suffer him to live. The air shimmers upstairs and parts, revealing more assassins, but before I know it, I'm hit. The ringing of battle fades around me as it all goes dark. A warmth embraces me. It must be Cyrus. He's lifting me now in his arms again. No, I'm too big for that. This must be the afterlife. The warmth washes over me and reveals every ache and pain. This is hell, then. Hell must be reserved for someone like me, who would trade the world for what he wants. A figure finally settles from the wavy scene before me. It's anal, or annihilate, or whatever. Well, clearly they lost the battle.
Guys, I think we should leave.
Malarkey is here too, but what did he do to get to hell? And there's little demons running around too, probably looking for someone to torture. I hope they don't see me. Then I see Silly and Bob. No, this isn't hell, surely. What happened? I regain the strength to sit up, and I can't help but notice a giant machine and a trail of rubble where the west wall once stood. "What is that?" I yell. Oh yeah, we definitely need to leave. Even in my groggy, dim-witted state, I can see that. Anal rushes the door and cracks it open. "Let's go, bitches!" "I don't think my tortoise shell can fit through that crack," I say as I rebound and head for the exit. Luckily for me, Silly blasts the door wide open. The machine doesn't follow us, and there's no sign of the assassins outside. We've lucked out. "I'm going to the goddamned boat," Anal says. She talks about regrouping, gathering forces, but I can't leave without finding out about what secrets Cyrus had mentioned. No, we need inside of that vault, but the only way requires that we get into Cyrus's office up the tower. But we'd have to get past that thing first. "I'll go with you, Loren," Silly says. I know it's her, but I almost hear the words in Cyrus's voice. He reaches out and grabs my little hand and leads me to my first lesson on spellcraft. "I'll be right here waiting for you, Bug. Always." I smile and skip to my tutor. When I turn back around, Cyrus waves, grinning at me, his teeth poking out. Mana is there too. He wraps an arm around Cyrus and smirks at me. I feel that same warmth again from when I was a child. I can't risk Silly's safety running back into the Athenaeum, but I must get into that vault. I don't know what to do, I say, and I look to Malkus. He's been the de facto leader until recently. I realize that even though I'd once thought of him as one of my pupils, at first, an underling, he'd become someone I looked up to rather than down at. Malkus, what do we do? I'm following your lead, Loren, Malkus says. I can't read him anymore. Why would anyone follow my lead at this point? Look where I got us. But I'm a nasty, terrible, selfish person, and I want in that vault. Then let's get into Cyrus's office, up in the tower. Annie sighs. I can make a spell to make us fly, Silly says. For the first time in a while, I grin.
Guys, I think we should leave.
Malkus!
Idiots! All of them! Making peace with a creature like that!
Don't call him that, Malkus.
Oh, I will. I have faced nothing but trouble traveling with them.
You know that's not true. They are the very reason you aren't in Nimont today, in Sylth'Rax.
Sylth'Rax? The woman who throws her bread at every problem, who tries to befriend every creature no matter what its intentions are. She's a fool! It's clear to me now why she was banished by her people, so willing to make peace with anything. She's being exploited by that parasite, and she probably doesn't even know it.
Malkus!
Loren made a deal with the Fae Queen, and kept it hidden from all of us. He doomed his friends on Cliffside the moment he made that agreement. I advised him repeatedly to not speak with her, yet he ignored it and lied to my face. I have been nothing but honest with everyone, and I don't get that same respect.
Are you done?
And that tiefling, that bumbling coward of a woman. She is everything the Order described tieflings to be. cowardly, weak-minded, foolish. We don't even know her, yet she tries to order us around like we're one of her underlings. She treated me as the threat when the real abomination was 10 feet from her. I wanted to do some good for once. I failed my mission. Longdale is in ashes. The people of Westwind were massacred, and we almost saw Wolford destroyed. I saw this as an opportunity to fulfill my oath, prevent another Westwind, make this world a little better. But no, it persists, and Black Hollow forces are exploring those ruins as we speak. Either they fall and the creature grows in power, or Black Hollows twists into another one of their mechanical abominations. Once again, another failure, another disaster, all because of their cowardice and stupidity. And I'm no better. I did the very thing I swore to never do. I gave in to temptation. I allowed the entity to take hold. It promised to kill the abomination, convinced me that I was being betrayed. I did the same thing I criticize everyone else of. My oath is broken. I have failed myself once again. And more importantly, I have failed Imperius. I want to leave, to free myself of their company. I no longer seek friendship with them. I will stay until I've helped Loren lift the curse of Cliffside. I owe him that much. But when we leave there, I will go my own way. Be rid of this entity, and above all, find Imperius.
Malkus, have you forgotten what they've done for you? They've helped you see the corruption in the Order. They've helped you escape Nimont. They've saved your life countless times. Sylth'Rax showed you how to speak with me. She gave you great insight on dealing with the entity. Not to mention, she and Loren have freed you from its influence more than a few times. What will you do if it tries to take hold again? What if you find yourself against overwhelming odds, with none to help you? You know what happens if you die? Are you willing to risk everything for that? As far as I see it, Malkus, you are no longer considered an Order member in their eyes. You should not bind yourself to the oath from an organization with corruption rooted so deeply within it. The Order hunts you. The entity can attempt to take control whenever it pleases, and you're traveling through unfamiliar lands with no guidance. You need allies. You have them, and they want to help you. I can't stop you from leaving, but I want you to know that Loren and Sylth'Rax clearly care about you. And it's in your best interest, and theirs, for you to keep traveling with them. Your chances at freeing yourself and finding Imperius and freeing the Order of its corruption are best accomplished with help. Please consider this. For the sake of everyone you care about.
I can't, Bob. I can't subject myself to this any longer. If I need allies, I can find better ones elsewhere.
Okay, Malkus. If you feel that is best, then I'll follow you.
That was the last time we spoke. I want you to know that your sacrifice saved lives. These people still draw breath because of you. We are taking those we rescued and setting up a camp for them north of Oldham. We will be there in a few days' time. Loren isn't taking Cliffside well. His mentor wasn't who he thought he was, facilitating the sacrifice of all those people. The best we can do is help the ones we rescued. Maybe he will find some comfort in that. It was as you said before. The night after your death, another spirit has appeared in your place. Sylth'Rax and I found Daniel, a small child. He's not as talkative as you were, He doesn't appear in the real world much, but he is kind when we speak. I feel less inclined to ask him for help. He seems scared. It would be wrong to put him in harm's way. You were a good friend, Bob. Despite my past temperament towards you, you taught me to harness my new abilities, and you offered counsel when I needed it. I am sorry for the way I treated you when we met, and I apologize for the nature of our last conversation. I have decided to remain here. In your absence, I have no one else to turn to except my companions. Sylth'Rax used her Dreamwalker abilities to confirm my parents' safety. You were right once again. I need their help. The task ahead is impossible without them. Everyone else will surely miss you. I would gladly let them feed you all the lily pads you wanted, if it meant you would remain here with us. I promise you, I will see this atrocity expelled from existence, and grant all its victims the reprieve they deserve. You can rest easy. Farewell, my friend.
Hello, it's me, Sylth'Rax. On our last adventure, we docked in Oldham. I heard someone mention not to try their bacon. Anyways, when we arrived, we were immediately greeted by their mayor, who told us about some of the protocols for refugees. They mentioned getting blessed by some kind of water beast, and suggested if we wanted to stay in the village for more than a moment, we should also receive its blessing. Most of us were kind of skeptical, especially Anile, who refused to go and went back to the ship and disappeared. After a few thoughts, we decided it was too interesting to pass up, and headed to the Beast of the Lake. When we got there, it wasn't a living beast, but a skeleton of some kind of draconic creature. The clearing was very serene. I decided to make a bread offering, and to my surprise, the flowers and bread started to glow, with the bread disappearing. Having gotten some kind of contamination or corruption from earlier fights, I had been feeling very ill. But after this offering, I oddly felt better. Loren then decided to have a snack with the Beast of the Lake, and ate a lily pad, which he said tasted sweeter. He also started to feel better, along with Malkus, who greeted it. I guess that beast was pretty cool. After all that, we decided to go to a tavern for some food and drink, where Loren and I got talked into trying some catfish. Shockingly, Loren loved it. Who would have guessed? But as we were about to order drinks, we heard sounds like cogs turning, only to see the assassins who attacked us at Loren's old home. We made a swift retreat, but it only got worse. One of them must have slipped a letter into Malkus's pocket that he had sent to Nimont with a warning, an anonymous warning, showing that they intercepted it, which was unsettling. I went back to check on my jars, my parasite friends, and discovered something worse. Scratches along the boat, shining with the same purple stuff the assassins had on their blades. Once I gathered the others and rushed back, we came face to face with one of them carrying one of my jars. I had never felt so angry during our whole adventure than this. Thankfully, Malkus was able to frighten them, making them drop the jar and take off into the water. After securing them all and closing the big one after a quick chat, I came back up the stairs only to see a hideous goose approaching Malkus. It had so many heads and was ferocious. It knocked Malkus out, but Anile saved him. It took a while, but we defeated it. When the others went to tell the town that we had defeated the Goose of Doom, I noticed some babies in a tree. Feeling bad that they were motherless, I offered them some bread. One flew off, but the other one took a liking to me. I hope this benefits us in the future. Their mother was one heck of a fighter. Once the others made it back, I learned the town had showered them in gold, 150 pieces to be precise. So, with our gold, our jars, and our attack goose, it's on to the next adventure.
Everything I thought I knew was a lie. It's this same thought, day in and day out, suffocating any other thoughts I might have. It's hard to even read like this, though I somehow managed to skim through a few tomes. But even that reminded me of betrayal. Silly tosses a piece of bread by the mouth of the skull of the beast of the pond. The bread disappears as the flowers growing on the skull begin to glow. I tell it hello, not knowing what to expect. There's that warmth again. Spreads through my body, and I feel more awake and more rested than ever. It doesn't make sense. I've never read anything about such a beast. Curious. I touch the beast's skull. 1,000 years pass in an instant. I see the beast's entire life. I see its afterlife. I see the fight between it and the giant serpent. I see how the beast cares for the people who live here, and the healing magics it employs. It's just so natural. It's nothing like how I learned spells from old tomes and doing drills every day trying to master the techniques. It's more like those magic spells that always came so easy to me. Like a second nature. Ones I just inherently knew. And knew how they worked. So it is for the beast. My comrades inquire about my status. I tell them I'm fine. I tell them I just have to process what's happened. There's truth to it, but really, more than anything, I feel relieved. A great burden has been lifted. I don't have to continue this way. I can use my natural abilities to do some real good. Maybe even make up for the evils that I have committed. One day, perhaps, I will have the power to save Cyrus and Normanna, but it's no longer my primary goal. And, even if I can, they will have to answer for their own atrocities. They aren't my family anymore. And maybe they never were. I don't know. And maybe now I don't even have a family. But Malkus, Sylth'Rax, even Anile, I still have them. and they're counting on me. No more tomes, no more drills. From now on, I will focus on magic that helps my comrades accomplish their goals and put an end to these sacrifices. I denounce wizardry altogether. I will become what I was born to be. I am a sorcerer.
It waits with you, doesn't it, Malkus? It's hunger. You picked such a weak host, Master. So weak and frail, like the rest of them.
Despite how grim things have gotten, it's nice to be back on the road again. Spending weeks at sea on a ship crowded with refugees will make anyone go insane. I am happy those refugees will have better lives ahead of them, at least as good as Black Hollows will allow. I can't say for sure, but the people in these outlying villages seem very content with their lives under Black Hollow rule. I know for certain those refugees won't have to worry about being imprisoned for their magic abilities. It's better this way. The entity's grasp on me is growing stronger, and the physical signs of its possession are beginning to show. During our battle with that monstrous amalgamation of corpses, my forearm detached itself involuntarily and shot towards the creature, impaling it. Almost as fast as that happened, my forearm regrew. No sign of trauma or anything, as if my arm was there this whole time. The following morning, I awoke feeling very sick. I began to vomit this strange black tar. As it pulled on the wood flooring of the ship, it began to eat away at the wood, boring a hole that allowed water to creep into the ship's hull. We were able to quickly offload the carriage before the ship sank further into the water. Fortunately, it didn't sink much, and the villagers of Oldham said they would repair the ship during our absence. We didn't tell them what caused the damage to the hull. After assembling the carriage and gathering all our supplies in Sylth'Rax's jars, we set off south to Norfolk. Loren seems to be doing fine since our time in Cliffside. In fact, he seems more relieved than anything. I noticed that he had stopped using the magic he'd been using for the entirety of our journey. Instead, he began using this healing magic I had never seen him use before. He says it all comes naturally to him, and he has denounced the ways of wizardry. When I inquired him about possibly saving his mentor from the Fae Queen, he says that it is no longer a priority for him. Instead, he wants to help put a stop to the rituals the Order is conducting, and help Sylth'Rax and I with our troubles. If he ever gets the opportunity to confront the Fae Queen and rescue his mentors, I will fully support him. Sylth'Rax speaks with her jar creatures as often as possible, learning as much as she can about her parasite. The creatures have become more responsive in the warmer climate. Fortunately, none of them have acted aggressive. She seems to have developed a kind of friendship with them, and will periodically take them out of their jars. A questionable decision, if you ask me, but I trust her judgment. Sylth'Rax has also used her abilities to help me learn more of the entity and the ruin we seek to the south. To say the least, her dreamwalking abilities have been invaluable. After a few days on the road, we saw storm clouds approaching us, bringing with it a downpour of this strange purple rain. The village leader in Oldham warned us of the rains in this area, and to seek shelter if it ever happened. Luckily, there was a cave not too far away, and we settled in there after we made sure it was clear of danger. Our relief was short-lived, however. Crawling out of the tree line, we spotted something grotesque. an aberration unlike anything I have ever seen. It spoke telepathic commands to me, to which I would immediately obey for a brief time. After many failed attempts to get it to go away, fighting commenced. Like the fight against the corpse construct, I found myself at death's door once again. But thanks to Loren's healing magic and Sylth'Rax's summoned minions, we managed to get a lot of good hits on it. However, in retaliation, the creature spewed acid over everyone. Unable to take the consistent damage any longer, Sylth'Rax forced her polymorph potion into the creature's mouth, transforming it into a harmless sheep. We used this as an opportunity to heal up and prepare ourselves for when it eventually changes back. After about an hour of rest, it began to transform back into its original form. We hit it with everything we had, finally killing the creature. As it lay there dead, the creature began to shrink and change in form again, becoming a small dead centipede. We had learned that the rain was responsible for the centipede's hideous mutations. A few days have passed since then. We finally arrived in Norfolk. Posters are plastered everywhere, advertising a theatrical performance of A Warp in Time, starring a Jed, B.O.B., and the Flying Thunderbeak, the very authors of the book we read in Wolford. While we're here, we hope to stock up on food, potions, and equipment, ideally at better prices in Oldham. We also plan to gather as much information as possible about the swamps to the south. Maybe some downtime would be a good idea as well. A good drink or two would do me some good. Especially before we find ourselves surrounded by unholy abominations wanting to kill us.
Look at you, son. First day as a member of the Order. You'll do Imperius proud and help many people. I am proud of you, son.
Your father is right, Malkus. We are so very proud of you. You will do many great things. Just be safe and trust in Imperius' teachings.
Your kind is a blight upon this world, a stain of weakness and corruption, an affront to all the Order stands for. You will be hated, shunned, and forever denied the love of Imperius. But through devotion and service, you may yet be spared from the taint in your veins. Prove your faith, and Imperius will purge the filth that festers within you. Deny this path, and you will be cast aside, condemned to the fate of all demonic creatures like you deserve. How dare you allow such disgusting features to fester? You defy Imperius with your insolence and lack of discipline. Do you think that being away from Nimont frees you from following regulation? That you are above the Order's law? Have you learned nothing? I should tear those wretched horns from your head myself and spare everyone the sight of your disgrace. This day, Imperius looks upon you with nothing but disdain, and you will pay the price for your defiance.
Malkus, you idiot. Look at you. You should have come to me first. My father has plenty of files to replace the one that you lost. As soon as I'm done here, we're going straight to him to get you a new one. And don't lose it again, okay? Promise me you won't.
I hear the Tiefling's been given a special mission, straight from the Seraphic Commander himself.
Yeah, and not just that. 2 knights are coming here. Supposedly he's gonna be traveling with them.
Must be a dangerous assignment then. Bet he's just there to carry their gear.
Or better yet, an expendable. I certainly wouldn't complain if I never saw him again.
Here's hoping.
Why do you choose to fight for an order that despises you? Why do you persist in living? Your struggle is pointless. Every day my grip on you tightens. Your suffering will never end so long as you resist. Cast your cares away. Give up. No matter what you do, you will always be seen as an abomination. I see your hatred for those who scorned you, who insulted you and your parents. The ones who twist your precious order. You want them to suffer? Let me in, and I will make them vanish. You pathetic tiefling! Your existence is doomed! Your fate is sealed! You only prolong the inevitable. Your efforts will lead to your demise. I will make your life a living hell! I will break your mind and body! I will show you suffering unlike anything you have ever experienced! You will never know a restful night, a moment's silence! I will be the whisper in your mind, the shadow in every waking moment, the nightmare that never ends! I will make you wish for death! And there won't be a damn thing your companions will do about it! Just die, Malkus! Die like the filth everyone sees you as! Just die! 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 Die!
Last time on our adventure, we were preparing to leave Norfolk. I had to quickly disguise my new parasite friend, who had grown up a bit and was about as tall as me. I decided to use some sheets from my room. I left a tip, I hope they don't mind. On the way to a carriage, though, he decided to run off into the woods. But the promise of food and safety managed to keep them in check, for now. After some shopping and watching Loren try to bargain for free things, we got cleaned up at a bathhouse and then hit the road. We headed towards the ruins that Malkus had mentioned. Unfortunately, we had to cover ourselves in swamp mud to avoid detection from the undead, rendering our bath futile. After navigating past a few dangerous beings, we were greeted by some skeletons who, well, greeted us by shooting at us and shooting cannons at us. I was pretty close to death, but we managed to defeat them. Further on, we came across this terrifying swarm of God knows what, but we managed to avoid those ones too, thankfully. After we got a bit further, we came across a pile of bones, and under those bones was some kind of scaled creature. When it moved, we decided to try and talk to it, and shockingly, it did speak to us. It turned out to be kind, but it was in pain, and it revealed to us that the thing that was haunting Malkus and tormenting him gave it a curse that everything around it basically is undead and corrupted like itself. After letting us know a few options how Malkus could rid himself of this thing, it asked us to end its life and gave us a hint to keep looking around the ruins along with going to the desert. Malkus did the deed of ending its misery. As we continue this journey, we hope to find answers either here or in the desert, searching for a way to deal with the entity without having to seal our companion away. There's got to be another solution. Hopefully.
Have you ever had a little prickle at the nape of your neck? It slithers up into your skull and down your spine, tickling something in your brain, rerouting your entire nervous system from normal operation to pure panic, telling you something's wrong. The world isn't quite right. You aren't quite right. That you aren't enough. You've never been enough. You've done things, unspeakable things. Nothing that you could ever take back, no matter what your deeds. Even if it wasn't true. Even if the worst you've done wasn't even your fault, not really. Doesn't matter to that spider in your head. Dewy webs of doubt and fear rewire everything inside until you're just a shell. Until you're nothing inside but regret and chaos. The brain is a funny thing. I didn't know how funny until I tried to hear the words from that pit. That feeling I was talking about? Imagine that tenfold, maybe more. The blood on my hands, once metaphorical, turned to a very real rot and corruption. Well, real in the sense that I could see it. I could feel it. If it had a smell, I smelled it. The bile caught in my throat was its taste, putrid and uncanny. I'd almost think everything that happened here was a fog. Just some anomalous nightmare we had to tread through. I don't know what to think of Anal's pet, for instance. A stabby little creature I'd sooner call Dagger than whatever queer name Anal gave it. And the densest part of the nightmare was our recurrent battle with that terrible fiend. Luckily, we made relatively quick work of it. Silly mirrored its summons with little pixies of her own, and Anal really showed her use as our protector. And Malarkey, well, his odd anatomy has proved quite useful. If I were a lizard or some other regenerative creature, I'd try to learn the technique myself. We ventured into a crumbling structure that was supposed to be an ancient library. And what a library indeed! Tomes the likes of which I'd never seen. One fascinating book held the most advanced non-magical knowledge I'd ever seen, even within the Cliffside Athenaeum. I learned about synapses and cortexes and various houses within the brain, things I'd never heard before. Considering all of the mind-altering effects within these ruins, I imagine the knowledge may yet prove useful, though it was ultimately Silly and her brain surgery that saved Malarkey from the creature in his head. A corporeal creature at that, not some metaphor or curse. It was really a sight to behold, The way she violated his skull with her tentacles like something right out of one of those perverted tomes Ormana was always poring over and teasing Cyrus with. Oh, but the worst has now happened to us. We're to trudge through the ancient sewage to continue our quest for knowledge, and if I'm honest, if Malarkey and Silly weren't so determined, if I had not seen firsthand the fact that this place holds some lost secret knowledge, I would have insisted we go back. But there's something here, something we must investigate, I'm sure of it. What other secrets of this world will we discover as we continue our journey?
$50,000 souls. That is what's required. 50,000 dead by my hand, and the entity is sealed once more. Of course, the actions needed to imprison such a force of evil are as sinister as the entity itself. Become a monster to rid the world of a monster. I can't do it. I won't do it. I will never bring myself to commit such an atrocity. The dragon we spoke to mentioned another possibility. The people of the desert know of the entity and have a way of sealing it without sacrificing innocents, but this method would seal me away with it. Certain components are required for the seal's success. The dragon only knew of one, a dragon's heart. The rest were unknown to him. He requested that I end his life and take his heart to help with sealing the ritual. I granted his wish. This decrepit city is a nightmare. Piles of dead litter the streets. Horrific creatures unlike anything I have ever encountered are around every corner. Books with strange writing that implant parasites in my head, challenging my sanity and altering the way I see the world. Loren has also fell victim to this. Ever since he looked into those green flames, he kept having horrifying hallucinations. We continued our search for the remaining 2 keys in the sewers, pursuing the grimy creature that fled from the sight of us. As we navigated through the sludge-filled tunnels, we found a bag of holding on someone's dead body, and Anil found a strange shape-shifting weapon that harnesses the power of lightning. After what felt like hours of trudging through filth, it finally confronted us. Waves of ancient excrement crashed against us as we fought. As we struck it, the creature split into 2 smaller copies of itself. Disgusting. It wasn't long before we vanquished it and claimed the key. We climbed back up to the surface, thankful to finally be out of the rancid dark. After taking a moment to breathe the fresh air, we pressed on with our search to locate the 3rd and final key. We came across this strange man who wore a helmet adorned with candles. Accompanying him, a strange demonic-looking canine. He seemed to be praying. To what? I don't know. Hanging around the man's neck was the key we were looking for. Sylth'Rax was adamant on making friends with the man, just as she is with everything we encounter. Anil and Sylth'Rax attempted to make a trade with him. All he did in response was point at me, and gestured for me to come to him. I was not willing to approach, considering previous creatures have attempted to kidnap me. However, my companions urged me to approach him after he indicated that he meant no harm. When I approached him, he grabbed the book I had obtained in Wolford from my satchel, opened it, and pressed his thumb on one of the pages, leaving an imprint. What that did exactly, I'm not sure. He then grabs the 2nd book I found in the library, the one that had twisted my eyes in a manner where I could not see in broad daylight. He held it to the flames above his head, and the book became engulfed in fire. My vision returned to normal, and I could see the daylight once again. The man then pushed me back, tore the key from his necklace, and threw it on the ground. He turned to walk away, his canine companion trailing behind him. After using the final key, the castle gates opened to a room filled with piles of skeletons, the floor and walls painted with ancient blood stains. At the end of the room was a throne. Upon it sat a skeleton wearing a strange crown over his head. When I approached to get a closer look, the skeleton sat up from its throne, pointed its greatsword at us, and fighting began. The old king grew in size as we fought it, becoming an enormous giant capable of squishing us under its foot if we weren't careful. As the fight pressed on, the very floor underneath us crumbled and gave way to the exceeding weight, and we fell to a large pile of bones below. After quickly recovering, we fought on. It landed some good hits on all of us, but Loren and Anile were able to heal any damage we sustained. We continued to hit it with everything we had, and at last, with one final blow from Anile, the massive skeleton fell to the ground, dead once again. When I searched the corpse, I found its crown in its eye socket. I examined the engravings on it. It revealed that this king was able to separate the entity from himself by performing a ritual involving some 10 people or so. I wasn't able to decipher anything else on the crown. I will have to keep studying it. I continued my search for anything else, and found a scroll lodged in the old king's leg. When I opened it, I was met with that strange written language again. I couldn't understand most of it. The only thing I could read was moon and time. Perhaps this ritual engraved on the crown can only be done on certain nights when the moon is in a certain phase. I'm not sure. I have my work cut out for me. But I'm grateful to be leaving this wretched place. My companions are just as exhausted. We're heading back to the safety of Norfolk for a much-needed bath. And after everything we've endured, I think everyone could use a good drink. Or some bread, if your name is Sylth'Rax.
The flesh tickles and bubbles as it broils in the flame. It ought to hurt, but doesn't. I grin when the corruption recedes, purified in the campfire. I know it is a matter of the brain and not the flesh, logically speaking, but the body naturally responds less to logic than to the senses. What can I see? What can I feel? You can know a thing without knowing it. One of life's great contradictions. The wrapping grips the wound tight, but the only sensation is the pressure. It'll keep infection from rooting and proving the corruption truer. But memories swim the tempestuous waters of my bleary mind as I lay my head for a night's respite. I'm not sleepy. You stubborn little bug, you. All right, then, you want a story? Cyrus pulls a blanket over me and seals me in with a series of little tucking maneuvers. You've thoroughly spoiled him. Hush, you, I'm just trying to give him what I never had. We never had. Good point, I guess. Cyrus curls up beside me, overshadowed by the hulking figure of Omana embracing him. All right, Bug, I'll tell you the story of the beast and the beast. Once upon a time, there was a little half-human boy. Well, he was more like a very young adult by then, much older than you are now, Loren. He never knew anything about his mother except what he was told by the humans who raised him. That she was a monster, a beast, just like him, who had abandoned him after he was born and that he should be grateful that anyone at all would take someone like him in. The little boy was quite strong for his age, so they put him to work doing all the hardest chores on the farm and never gave him a day off. They were the real monsters, Ormana interrupted. Yes, let him figure that out on his own. Now, one day they all packed up to head into town for the local festival honoring the new town mayor. The little boy had to pack up crate upon crate of the farm's fruits and vegetables. Just like I do here. Oh, stop that. We all work hard around here, that's the difference. Anyway, the boy rounded up all the farm animals and they all rode into town where they would try selling their goods for the next 4 days. Well, the first 3 days went by and the sales weren't too good. The farmer didn't rotate his crops, and their produce suffered for it. People didn't want to buy it. So he took a bunch of twigs and bramble that he always kept with him and lashed the little boy, telling him it was all his fault. Cyrus, why is Ormana crying? I'm not crying, Pipsqueak. I'm just allergic to all these dusty old books. All right, you little knuckleheads. I'm trying to tell a story here. Now, another little half-human boy was watching from the street. He was a lot scrawnier than the other boy, and he knew he couldn't do anything to stop it, so he ran. That night, the first little boy was guarding the farmer's stall when he saw the second one from the street dragging luggage behind him. The second little boy wrapped bandages around the first's broken flesh and talked about how he had stolen books out of the local library and learned to bandage up his own lashings so they wouldn't get infected. He told him about how his mother called him a beast, too, that his father was a monster, and that made him one just the same. And he grabbed the first little boy's hand with both of his and told him that they could run away together. So the first little boy picked up the second's luggage, filled with clothes and food, and, hand in hand under a brightly moonlit sky, they ran away together. And made their own family. Sometimes, Bug, you aren't born into your real family. You have to find them. Loren, go get Malkus. Someone's watching us. It's all a blur. Everything happened so quickly. After I fetched Malkus, we found ourselves surrounded by the monstrous dogs that had cornered us earlier that night. Reasoning proved futile and battle ensued. I stuck mostly to healing, but it too was futile. Malkus fell. Silly fell, and Anile was on her last leg. Now, if I don't do something drastic, I'll lose everyone all over again. Magic crackles within me, as hard as the adrenaline. I summon forth magical, spiritual guardians from the aether, with a rage I hadn't felt since Cliffside. I run toward the bastards and slip into my shell so they can't hurt me, while the magic decimates them outside. I hear Anile fall. They are pounding my shell like hammer to anvil, blow after blow thwarted by my shell until Until it all goes black.
This place is awful. I can hardly get any sleep without hearing Sylth'Rax's friends digging, screeching, spewing up that disgusting substance. The mucus they excrete is absolutely foul. I could barely eat without vomiting. It's one disgusting place after another. It's still leagues better than that prison. All those monsters, all those people being cut open, their brains being extracted and placed into those machines. The creature we fought outside Oldham was there, still alive. Sylth'Rax had obliterated it to pieces. How? Furthermore, we found more of those jar creatures. These were different, though. Instead of the normal black carapace we had seen many times before, these were white, and they all bared a resemblance to the large serpent we saw north of Wolford. Sylth'Rax took them quickly, the few that were alive, at least. Thank Imperious, we were able to quickly make our escape shortly after being locked up. They had us in anti-magic cuffs, but for some reason, they didn't work on me. These black tendrils emerged from my wrists, swiftly removing my cuffs and restoring my magical abilities. Was this the entity's doing? If so, why? I thought it wanted me dead. Does it seek to torment me longer? Or perhaps there's something here that it doesn't like. I don't understand. The man who put the bounty on our heads was some scientist. According to some documentation Daniel found, he had planned to extract all of our brains and use them to help create a massive construct, one the size of a castle. Those schematics don't exist anymore. I made sure to burn them. I found him working on a construct. It looked like he was torturing it, getting rid of its humanity, trying to turn it into a mindless machine. With the help of Daniel, we were able to discreetly free the construct. In an instant, it killed the man and ran out of the room to wreak havoc on whatever it could find at the facility. Sylth'Rax, miraculously, was able to calm it down and convinced it to help us escape. Unfortunately, the only way we could free ourselves was by using the controls to open all of the cells. This provided a good distraction, allowing us to grab our belongings and escape with relative ease. I just hope the monsters didn't kill many innocents. When we made our way outside, we found ourselves on a cliff overlooking Black Hollows. Within the city, a singular large rock with countless purple crystals jutting out of its surface protruded above everything else in the city. The very meteor that fell so long ago, killing the royal family that once ruled the city. It looked familiar, like I had seen it before. I looked at the crown I obtained at the dead city. Engraved on it was that exact meteor that stood there. Despite the danger, it was vital that I go inspect it. Thankfully, my companions agreed to go with me. We were able to discreetly make our way to it, arriving there by nightfall. I cautiously approached one of the crystals and placed my hand on it. And I saw...
Hey, Bob.
Yes, the one who's promised the Flying Thunderbeak?
Where's Jed? It's about time we document our adventures again.
Well, I reckon he...
Oh, I'm here. I was just outside making some water. Think about that time my brother Jan stood on top of the North Tower and started to pee down into the snow below, but it was like so cold that his pee froze before it hit the ground, and he peed so long that by the end of it his pecker turned black, and then, he put it all back in there and just kind of waddled back inside, and I always wondered if that's why I was never an uncle.
When did you learn how to do magic?
I don't think that means what you're thinking.
Well, you said you were making water.
Yeah, no, I was just peeing, remembering back when I was younger and we all had to share a pot to,
Thank you, Jed. But the one who's promised the Flying Thunderbeak was just saying it's time again we put pen to paper and recorded more of our adventures. I figure it has been a spell since we last wrote any of this down.
I'm not even sure what I've been up to myself, but old Nan always said that the past is the past and the best thing we can do in the present is nothing, because if you do nothing, you can't do anything wrong.
Okay, good to know.
Can we start now?
On the count of 3 then?
1,
2. Last
3.
time on
Last
a time
time
in warp.
on
A warp in
in
time.
time. We might have stopped the giants back on the fake Pleasure Island, but that didn't mean our journey was over.
Indeed, we woke up on the ship, much as we started, but it was like nothing that had happened to us ever happened.
Well, it really reminded me of the time that...
Not now, Jed, please. Anyway, as much as we asked around, nobody knew anything. Like, it had all happened in a completely different world. Like, there's been a warp in time.
Which is why we decided to call it that in our memoirs.
That's right. I've decided to call the old world Fake Pleasure Island. And this new one is Pleasure Island. And let me tell you, so far, it's definitely been an improvement. And very unlike how our old trash-dwelling friend lived.
Can't say I ain't noticed the extra creature comforts.
People friendlier, too.
And I have a new charge, too. Taking care of Sam.
You always had a way with dangerous animals, like those dinosaurs. Don't surprise me much you'd make nice with a dragon.
I didn't much care for those dinosaurs.
You two still have a lot to learn.
I suppose you're right, the one who's promised the Flying Thunderbeak. Anyway, we decided we ought to get the word out about our travels, see if anyone recognized any part of it.
Or recognized any of us. I thought at first if we just had Bob walk around, surely someone would recognize the sound of his clapping cheeks.
It weren't necessarily a bad idea. It is quite a recognizable signature.
But then I had the brilliant idea to put on a show. A whole play right here in Norfolk.
I will say I had my doubts, but somehow it turned us into local celebrities.
That's why I'm the leader. I'm powerful and full of ideas.
Well, that you are.
He's all right. At best.
I met some really weird people at the market. There was a respectable enough horny dude.
I don't think...
And there was a lizard. She seemed nice enough. And then there was some kind of red devil woman, but she seemed more into dolls than browsing my wares. Oh, and that ungrateful, freeloading turtle begging for scraps. He's a completely different person than me, that's for sure.
Well, I'll take your word for it. I wasn't there. I was out about doing my daily strut, bouncing my cheeks for the world to see.
Yeah, but you finally met them later at the waterfall. And trust me, you didn't want to meet them before they'd bathed. Felt like my nose was on fire. I'd say it smelled like old sewage.
Did I meet them at the open house?
Sure. Anyway, they seem a talented bunch. I can't wait to see how their sequel to our play goes.
Ought to be mighty interesting.
You really worked wonders as the costume director, Bob.
I've had a lot of practice, you know. It ain't easy finding art that'll fit over these magnificent buns.
So, what did you think about their ideas for a sequel?
Well, seems sort of strange even having a sequel, since our play is based on real events and all. I'm sure it'll be lovely, but I guess I just don't understand why we're passing the torch.
Beats me. Maybe we should have helped them write it. They sounded a little delusional talking about those...
Them critters. Yeah, I thought the same thing.
You know, that gives me an idea. They should call their sequel The World of Delusions.
That has a nice ring to it.
Are we gonna be in this play?
I don't know. Hey, let's practice in case they want us in it. We'll do our intro, but with their title. I'll start us off. What's happening? Find out on this episode of
The World of Delusion. World of Delusion, I mean. Delusion. Delusion, yeah, delusion, not illusion.
Hello. Welcome back. Let me catch you up on our recent adventures. So, we had gotten costumes from the Flying Thunderbeak and his goofy friends. One of his friends had a cool name, I can't remember it though. In exchange for the costumes, we were asked to fight, defeat, and take the core from a Black Hollow's machine soldier and return it to the Flying Thunderbeak. We came across 3 machines and a hidden mercenary searching and scouting the city for us. So we decided the best course of action would be to use Gassy to distract all of them except one. The last one we lured in, costumes on, saying that we saw the people they were looking for, us. Once we got one of them back to the bathhouse, Malkus used the displacing maul ability on them. You know, I wonder if he ever gets a stomach ache, from eating machines like that. Sounds worse than a time I ate month-old bread that I hid from family. Anyways, so Anile slapped the machine guy a bit. Then the machine guy decided to take his anger out on Malkus for a bit, before I decided to banish him. That never gets old. You'd think we'd be in a clear, right? Nope. Malkus fell down, trying to jump over the waterfall, and landed on something just as nasty. Old dinosaur monster. After being bit and grappled, Malkus blew both his arms off to throw himself up and out of the water to get away from this thing. Thankfully, Loren and Anile were able to heal some of his wounds quickly. I then blasted it with my Eldritch Blast, which took care of that scaly friend really quickly. A minute later, our machine friend reappeared. After a back and forth with him and Malkus decided to Misty step the fuck away from him and hid behind me. We noticed he was smiling really oddly at Malkus after really looking at him, and some help from my parasite's magic, I was able to tell that this was indeed the doctor that was experimenting on an abomination that Malkus and his ghost buddy freed. Of all the machines we could have lured, we got him. Malkus must have had enough of getting slapped around, because he can't arm cannon again, pinning and ending this machine for good. Anile did get knocked out during the fight, but Loren got him back up on her feet, thankfully. We rested a bit after getting the core out, and waited for the Flying Thunderbeak to return. While we waited, Malkus had his usual unusual effects, wiggly arms, fingers seep in black ooze. Next he's gonna grow feathers, I swear. The small beak fellow gave Malkus some bandages when he arrived. We gave him the core. I asked him what he wanted to do with it. I guess he just wanted to sell it. We almost died for it. Oh, and we found out Gassy flipped a house. But Smallbeak claimed that he could fix it easily. But he couldn't fix Malkus's hands. Seems silly to me. We also had to agree to do a play in the future to keep our costumes on. Fun. After saying goodbye to Smallbeak, we headed back down to the tunnels. The goal was to head to the desert. When we got back, we seen another jar broke open. Another creature had grown. This time it was one of the white creatures. He couldn't speak because he didn't have vocal cords, but he was nice enough and talked to me. In fact, he was so nice he helped Malkus and Al and Loren into the new sauna they built. I knew they were going to build a sauna. I think we got a good future ahead of us with our new buddies, even though everyone seems scared of them. They just gotta learn that some kind words and a little bit of bread goes a long way. So, on to our next adventure. Will we get to the desert, or will we get in prison again? Who knows?
The desert. The dragon in the dead city told me I would find answers here. Answers that would help free me of the entity. The people who hold such answers live in the very center of the desert, isolated from the rest of the world. And rumors say a living sandstorm patrols the outskirts of the desert, swallowing anyone unfortunate enough to find themselves in its path. Sylth'Rax's friends couldn't tunnel us there due to the sand, and our carriage would not traverse well on the dunes, so we had to cross the desert on foot. I was concerned that we would be unable to make such a perilous journey, but Sylth'Rax used her newly acquired bag of holding to store a bunch of water we found in an underground lake. Dehydration was no longer a concern. The trek across the desert was miserable. The heat alone made me miss the chilling winds of Wolford. Over the course of our journey, we encountered sand elementals, got attacked by sand sharks, witnessed a dragon breathing lightning on the sands below, and my sword got possessed by the spirit of Jeremy, a traveler who perished in the desert long ago. Jeremy wished to complete his journey before he could pass on to his eternal rest. I agreed to fulfill his wish, out of obligation for accidentally bringing him back from the dead. We have also been watched during the night. A strange lion made of sand with glowing eyes, watching us from afar. It never did more than that. It just watched. Another strange but very pleasant oddity, the entity. It hasn't spoken to me or tormented me at all over the course of our desert journey. Why is that? Could it be afraid? This has to be a good sign. It means I'm on the right path. Your days are numbered, abomination. We finally reached the city. Much to our surprise, it was inhabited by a bunch of bug people known as the Fae Queen. They didn't seem very interested in us arriving in their town, and just went about their day. We received directions to where their leader was located and went straight there with no delay. This is where I will at last get all my answers. Admittedly, I was concerned they would imprison me or exile me from the city when I told them I was possessed by the entity, but thankfully, that didn't happen. The leader spoke of a way to rid of the entity that wouldn't require sealing myself away with it, or sacrificing thousands of lives. It requires me to go to a place where the entity once resided. I must isolate myself in this place, and not eat, drink, or sleep for a month. Over the course of this month, the entity will slowly leave my body. The leader wouldn't say more, nor would he give me information on what materials were required for the sealing ritual. He gave us a task to fulfill first, and in turn, he will give us the rest of the information we require, and answer any and all questions we have afterwards. Our task is to find and kill the sand lion that we saw a couple nights before. The leader says it's responsible for killing the denizens of the city over the past couple years. We set out tomorrow morning to search for the creature. Since it seemed to stalk us before, hopefully it shouldn't be much of a challenge in finding it. Killing it, on the other hand, I don't know how that will go. The leader claimed it's a sand elemental that broke free from the living sandstorm. Given how powerful that is, I'm anticipating this will be a difficult fight. No matter. This is only another stepping stone on the path to my freedom. Nothing will stop me from banishing the entity. And with the help of my companions, it is all but assured.
I'm absolutely certain I'm Mother's favorite right now. Everyone cheering me on like this? I can't help but do my very best. Whisper, whisper. Broken shards of the monster we defeated dissolve into the oasis waters. No one thought a little wisp like me could make such a difference in a fight, but I showed them. I showed Mother she can count on me. Malkus, that's the one that was cheering me on the hardest. He fishes from the waiting pool a glass orb, indwelled by a sandstorm.
I think this would be proof.
I don't care what else he has to say, it's the way he says it. Like every word has an unfathomable weight to it that no one else could possibly understand. I think he might be my type, you know. Platonically. Wisp to human. Comrades in arms. No, pay no mind to the jubilant wisp over here. Just busy snacking on my just desserts and the fruits of my labor. I'm gonna be a local legend. They'll tell tales about me. Well, you never hear about a wisp that makes it big. I'm gonna be the first. I trail behind, swimming through air reheated by the desert sands. I can imagine the desert itself as some kind of a beast or a monster. It would be made out of sand, dry as a bone, or maybe even made of bone even. Approaching, but wait, no, really, it's actually approaching.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Malkus says. Loren, the turtle-looking dude, he sends waves of magic over Malkus and Mother. Looks like he twin-spelled haste. What a move! Okay. What can I do to help?
Loren, what about you? Oh, I'll be fine.
Crap, he's totally gonna die. And there's no way I can carry him or anything like that.
What?
We'll drag him.
I can retract into my shell if I need to. Alright, pick him up. Pick him up by his shell.
Okay. Mother grabs Loren up and dashes for the cave in the distance.
That's not what I had in mind.
Loren screams as she drags him behind. So, there's not much I can do in this situation. It sucks, really. think deep down, I have a really screwed up complex about needing to be useful. But I can watch this chase from a bird's eye view. Just try to imagine how exciting it is to see it from an outside view, like a god, or the player of a game, and we're the game. And they watch us out there, roll the dice, and our lives are on the line. But imagine how awesome this particular scene must look like from their view. I scan ahead, looking for any way to be useful for Mother. The sands are like tailor's needles that eye the pincushion. It's gaining on us. Oh, God, there must be something I can do.
Sylth'Rax, dimensional door.
Oh, Malkus always has an idea, Mother. You should be so impressed. But before I could piece together all the answers as to what I am or why I exist, Mother's hand grips me tightly. The darkness and the corners of my vision spill out in a flood. But I smile with one thought as my essence is snuffed out. I'd had one last use after all.
I'm worried that he isn't letting the paint dry before going in with more colors, but Cyrus assures me that this is the point. I'm just blurring the edges here and there. I mean, it's gonna look a little rough, but I'm not an artist. His brush scrapes dry across the canvas. Flecks from the figure's emerald eyes launch into the night sky and illuminate the figure's unmistakable toothy grin. Cyrus was clearly an artist, or at least better than the illustrators of most of the books I've read. Or maybe he was only this good when the subject is his...
Is Ormana your boyfriend?
Well, I'm not sure we've put a name to it. I'd say we're much more than that, but nothing officially. Why?
So, if Ormana was hanging from a cliff, you would save him first before you'd save anyone else?
Ormana can fly, so no. Oh, there's that grin of his. The annoying one that told me I must have said something childish, something silly.
Okay, but if his wings were broken...
Well, then, yeah, I guess so.
Even if it was a basket full of children?
A what?
You would save him over a bunch of children.
Well, you'd be surprised one day the kinds of decisions you'd make for love. I scrunch my face up and fold my arms. I don't even want to look at Cyrus right now. Oh, hey, Bug, what's the matter? Cyrus says, as he smudges the corners of my eyes with his thumb. Did you make yourself sad thinking about his broken wings?
No, I don't care about him. He's not my boyfriend.
Oh, I see now. Yes, I love Ormana the most, but I love you even more than that. A finger pokes my belly. His nail makes me tickle.
That doesn't even make sense.
Maybe it will when you're a little older. Or maybe if you have kids someday.
I'll never see what you see in him.
I can hear you two, you know. Several yards away, a half-dragon glistens under the sunlight as he practices his forms with his few martial arts students.
We were here first, you know.
Yes, that'll show him.
For what? Doodling? What have you even drawn there? Is that a porcupine with purple spikes? No, that's me. And those are like rays of power because of my magic.
Cyrus makes that grin again, but Ormana wheezes from laughter, fighting himself for breath. All right, why don't you and your students go on over there, closer to the cucumber trellises, way down that way. Cyrus shoos Ormana away and returns to his painting.
Thanks, Cyrus. It's better without him.
Don't blame Ormana, Bug. He isn't a part of all this.
A part of what? He lives here too.
No, I mean, he just doesn't get kids, you understand? When you're older, it'll be easier to get along with him. If you give him a chance.
He's dumb.
Loren, that's a mean thing to say. His scolding face could kill. I knew I was crossing a line before I crossed it, but I did it anyway. I don't know why. He's not dumb, he's just into very different things from you or me. We like to read the tomes, don't we? Well, just because he doesn't, or doesn't know some property of mineral that you do because you read about it, that doesn't make him any less capable than you at other things. You wouldn't want to wrestle him, would you? I considered it for a moment, but Ormana is huge, and it's true that he's got way bigger muscles.
No, I guess I wouldn't.
Did you know that he helps predict the weather for Cliffside?
How? He doesn't use any kind of prediction magic.
Well, he can fly, and he has wings. Apparently, there are certain things he can feel in the wind. Did you know he's really good at most kinds of puzzles? He's got a knack for pattern recognition. So when he feels something the slightest bit off, he can determine the type of weather condition and even fairly accurately plot its course. That's why the others with wings aren't also in his position. They lack the pattern recognition. Cyrus beams proudly. I've seen that look before, when he was talking about me, so maybe I do understand, a little. I guess I would save Ormana too in that situation, after saving Cyrus, of course. And it is a basket of random children anyway, no one we'd actually know. I don't know if that makes it right, but it feels better somehow. I brush away the memory as our host brushes his canvas. I guess the painting brought back thoughts of painting in the cliffside courtyard with Cyrus. In order to save Malkus, we need something that the Fae Queen has, but after we talked it out, we came to the collective decision to pursue other options first, considering how dangerous the Queen is and all. But, unfortunately, we now find ourselves lost in the Feywilds, where the Fae Queen could be, is, lurking. Will we be at her mercy, or will we find a way to negotiate in our favor? Find out on this episode of The World of Delusions.
Boop, 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 doo.
What do you want?
You idiot! Do you have any idea where you've brought us?
I haven't brought us anywhere.
You've killed us! You've killed us both!
What?
You do not want to be here.
Well, no shit, I don't want to be here. I'm trying to find a way out. What is this place?
This is the Feywilds, you fool! We are damned here until our very souls are nothing but dust! And it's your fault!
My fault? We were walking in a field and suddenly found ourselves here.
Yes, your ignorance and lack of awareness got us here, you moron!
So we're just dead. There's no way out at all?
If there is, I don't know of it.
So you've got no leads. You're just here to bitch and moan about how dead we are then?
Shut it, tiefling! I suppose your friends, associates, may be able to help since they can traverse this land.
Damn it. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. We finally got good leads to rid myself of the entity, and suddenly we're thrown into the Feywilds without warning and no clear way out. Of all the places we have ventured, this is the most sinister. Horrific creatures of all forms roam this place. Many of them far more hideous than any undead I've fought during my time in the Order. The people here are deranged, constantly celebrating something. They laugh and frolic about everywhere without a care in the world, wearing these animal masks. One individual we spoke to claimed that he arrived here yesterday. When we asked him what year he thought it was, it turned out he had been here for over 200 years. Is it possible that time moves faster here in the Feywilds? If that is the case, this is devastating. Even being gone for a few hours means years and years of lost time. We could come back to a changed world. One where any hope of achieving our goals is all but shattered. It may not be that way, however. As I previously stated, these people are insane. More than insane, some of them. Perhaps after being here for so long, people tend to lose their memories. This is a more believable theory, and one that I will stick to, for my own sake. I refuse to believe our only way out is seeking the Fae Queen's assistance. I will not further curse myself and my friends with whatever trickery she has planned. Luckily, we found a possible lead. In a clearing, we came across 4 standing stones in a circle. Each of these stones had slots carved into them for a specific item to be placed. We were able to decipher that if these stones are powered, it may open a portal back to where we came from. We just need to find the required items that fit into the slots. The smallest stone in the southern portion of the circle had a slot in the shape of a nail. The carvings on it suggested that a vile creature holds possession of this item. A vile creature and a pile of meat. Loren placed his hand on the stone and a message was carved into his hand. It read, "Jake was here, and the smelly beast that looks green." A very odd message. Very vague and likely meant nothing. We ventured back into town with what little clues we had to see if anyone had any information. Much to our luck, someone knew of a Jake who had gone north of the village and died from a large odorous beast with long hair, green skin, and a big nail jutting from his toe. Sylth'Rax was certain this beast would be irritable because of the nail in its toe. If we approached it peacefully, we would obtain the nail without getting into a fight. It didn't take us long to find it. The odor from the pile of dead bodies next to its haybed was so pungent, we were able to find this place with ease. We let Sylth'Rax take the lead on this, since she has some strange charismatic nature when it comes to dealing with monsters. As she approached the sleeping beast, it awoke and rose from its large haybed. A large, corpulent troll of some kind, covered in blisters and leaking what looks like some kind of poisonous substance. And protruding from his big toe, a large nail,
infecting and swelling his entire foot. I don't know how he was able to stand or speak. It looked excruciatingly painful. The troll was kind and had a friendly demeanor, but he was not willing to let us take the nail out. Previous people have attempted to take it, but the pain was so great it would enrage him, and he would kill whoever tried to take it out. The only way he was willing to let us take the nail is if we play a game of Whack the Weasel with his friend Timothy, and he gestured to the pile of stinking dead bodies. The troll said some old woman resided further north with a bunch of pet weasels, and the game involved us running out there with Timothy and kill as many weasels as possible. If Timothy killed more than us, we wouldn't be allowed to leave, and according to the troll, Timothy has never lost. Thankfully, Sylth'Rax was able to convince the troll that we were traveling doctors, and we had heard about his ailment, and we were there to help alleviate him of it. We were able to assure him that we would make it painless with Loren's healing magic. The troll finally agreed to let us help him take out the nail without playing a strange game, thank Imperious. And in one swift motion, thanks to Sylth'Rax's strength and Loren's superior healing, the nail slid right out of his toe, followed by a strong stream of foul pus and poison, deflating his foot almost instantaneously. The troll was ecstatic. He thanked us for our help and insisted that we play Whack the Weasel with him when we see him next. He sprung up from his bed, ran over to the pile of dead bodies to wake Timothy. The pile shifted and the bodies rose from the ground all at once, forming Timothy. They both ran off to go play their game together. We returned to the circle to insert the nail into its respective stone. The stone accepted it, and the markings began to illuminate. Only 3 more items to go. The north stone had a slot the shape of a figurine. The carvings on the rock mentioned it was kept by 3 old women. It seemed likely that the old woman the troll mentioned was one of the 3, so it seemed like a good place to start. We headed back north, walking beyond the forest tree line and into the fields of tall grass. We spotted a plume of smoke in the distance. After following it, we happened upon a 3-story tall hut. We approached the front door and knocked on it.
Yes? Who's there?
Sylth'Rax answered, saying she had heard the food here was great, and she wished to learn their culinary secrets.
Ah, yes! The culinary arts! Let me get the door for you, darling.
The door opened, and a singular old woman with purple skin and feathers stood inside.
Hello, Loren.
I froze. How does she know Loren? Will this compromise their plans if they know who we are? This woman really liked Loren. She would go on and on about how the Fae Queen told her and her sisters stories of our adventures and how enamored they were with it. As we sat and spoke, we looked around for any sign of the figurine. Over in the other room, Sylth'Rax spotted a glass case holding 2 little straw arms. We asked for a tour of the whole house in an effort to locate the other pieces, but she would not give a tour of the other 2 stories of the house without her sisters being present. We asked about the arms, and the woman explained that she and her sisters built a little doll figure not long ago, and to further feel closer to each other, they all kept their own pieces of it. We asked if we could see the doll put together, but, like the house tour, all 3 sisters needed to be present for such a thing. We managed to convince the woman to call her sisters back to the hut for a dinner together as a sign of good friendship and to build trust. As the moments passed, we waited for her sister's arrival. A swarm of centipedes seeped through the floorboards, writhing and skittering in a large mass, forming another old woman.
Sister dearest, why have you called us? Is that Sylth'Rax?
Almost immediately after, the door swings open, droves of weasels scampering into the hut.
Is that Malkus? Hello, Malkus!
Yes, hi. Hello.
Hello there! Hello there!
Yes, it's me.
I have heard so much about you.
Oh, you have? Yes, hopefully good things, I hope?
Oh, yes, good things indeed. But also bad things. Really, really bad things.
We all sat down and ate together. The food was horrid. A porridge filled with teeth and eyeballs. I would rather eat Loren's tree bark and lily pads than to ever even look at this amalgamation of a soup again. As the feast went on, we all expressed interest in doll making and thought it would be a fun activity for all to partake in. The three sisters excitedly agreed and ran outside to grab bundles of straw. While the house was vacant, we took the opportunity to locate the other doll pieces in the hut. Once we knew what they looked like, we would secretly make copies of those pieces to assemble a duplicate of the doll that we needed. We bided our time, building trust and making dolls of each other. They made dolls that looked just like us. It was very unsettling. Sylth'Rax enjoyed it, however. Of course she did. The time finally came when they would show us the doll they had made a long time ago. While they left to go grab the pieces, we handed the duplicates we made to Sylth'Rax for her to assemble. The sisters came back to the dining room with their respective pieces. They formed a circle and began chanting. As they did this, Sylth'Rax assembled the duplicate doll and had it at the ready to replace. The sisters finished the assembly of the doll and placed it on the table before us. After a brief moment, I signaled Loren to sneeze and I casted darkness in an attempt to make it look like Loren's wild magic was acting up. I quickly snatched the real doll and Sylth'Rax placed the duplicate on the table. I give Daniel the doll and he flies out the window. We feigned remorse for the accident, apologizing profusely, but there was no response. No audible reaction from the sisters. I let the darkness spell dissipate, and I see one of the sisters behind me, staring at me, unmoving. She falls over, and her form crumples against the floor, like a piece of paper. On the other side of the dining room are the other two sisters, crinkled in their piles of skin. These aren't the sisters anymore. They're shedded husks, and our plan failed. The door shuts, and the floorboards begin to rattle, a green substance rising through it, stinging our feet. Acid. We quickly run up the stairs to the very top floor where we find a large window. Out of it, the tall grass streams past at great speeds, almost as if we're moving. I push the window open, and immediately after, an ear-piercing scream emits from downstairs. Sylth'Rax, dimensional door! In an instant, we are far away from the hut. We see the combined sisters jump out of the house and run right towards us. We run as fast as we can to the tree line. It's gaining on us. A fight seems inevitable. Sylth'Rax calls to the troll and Timothy. Maybe they can help us. Something moves in the tree line. Something big. It emerges. It's... oh, shit. You fucker.
Got you again, Malkus. You can't escape me. Wait. What is this place?
You know, I've never had a fan, or any form of popularity. And after meeting these witches, I think I'd like to stick to that. Though I kinda liked the doll making. The bread wasn't that good though. But anyways, back to where we left off. We were running from the witches, and we met up with Suture. And as unpleasant as that is, we decided to team up with him. I would have thought we would have had an advantage over them, but given one hit from them to Suture showed that we didn't have much of an advantage, and we were scared. Loren summoned Gassy, and that helped a little bit.
I'm free!
And with a little bit of quick thinking and a lot of luck, I banished them and trapped them in a magic circle, which limit what they could do to us, thankfully. And after some pummeling from Loren, Malkus, Gassy, and Suture, we defeated them, crushing all 3 heads. Once they were defeated, it's kind of morbid, but they had gifts for us. You know, they could have given us the gifts before they tried to kill us. But anyways, I got a ring that I can summon my creatures with. Downside is, every time I use it, they're either going to get smaller or bigger, which has the others worried, but I look at it as a win-win. If they get smaller, they're cute and adorable. They get bigger, they're more useful. Loren got a nose ring, a very gross, grody kind of nose ring, and it lets him locate and discern items easier. Malkus got a ring too. He thinks it could let him control something, and after Loren took a look at it, we came to the idea that maybe it'll let him control the entity more. He's skeptical on it. I told him just to try it. Loren said he should study. I think studying's boring. Well, after getting our items, we discussed what we should do next. And we still needed the stick. And we still needed the nose from a weird jester or clown. We decided that we'd go north, because that's where the stick would be. And we stopped by Jake real quick. Who, you know, Jake's gonna be Jake. I don't like him. I'm not aggressive dragonborn, but I kinda want to beat him up. I wonder if I did, my parents would finally be proud. Anyways, I did threaten them. And we got directions for the creepy jester thing, whatever. And it turns out it's in the same direction we gotta go anyways. Only thing is, Jake received a letter that was addressed to Loren. And it was from a mayor. Not a mayor. I don't think horses can write. And he said it was from Cliffside, from someone he knows. I have no clue who he is. What's worse than that is the description of the person that delivered it. It sounds like one of those constructs we've dealt with before. How they got there, I don't know. Well, as we go to leave, Jake decided to be a mega loser and throw pebbles at us. Me and Loren got out of the way, but poor Malkus got hit in both eyes. I haven't had decent bread in a long time, so I decided I was gonna, you know, give him a taste of his own medicine and summon some bugs to bite him. I could have been meaner. Well, as we traveled through the fields, which felt like it took forever, I swear the sun doesn't go down there, we took a nap. And that nap turned out to be a 2-day nap. Suture didn't see it necessary to wake us up. As he claims he doesn't sleep, he doesn't understand it. I'm not sure, but that's like 12 days in our home realm. hopefully we could get out here soon. Along the way, of course, Malkus and Suture decided they were going to argue more. I think Suture likes arguing more than actually fighting. Once we actually got into the forest, we met a leafy, tree-like entity, also named Jake. He claims that all his buddies are named Jake. I swear. There is not enough bread in this realm for me to put up with any more Jakes. Well, he was nice enough, so I guess he kind of redeemed the name. And he showed us to his place, but only after we agreed that we'll help him deal with his ruler, Treein, which is another tree dude. That's not very nice to them, but he has an arm that is identical to the stick we're looking for. So, another win-win. So we get to beat him up, and we gotta hope that Loren won't eat all their beds. But, hopefully after that, we could get the nose and we could get out of here.
A glimmer shines in our eyes as Treein falls in a pile of growing ashes. Actually, let's not start there. Let's go back to the last time we sat around a campfire. Loren, I'm with you to the end. We're gonna rescue your old family and we're gonna move on. Damn it, this is so stupid. Loren, I'm with you to the end. We're going to rescue your old family, and we're going to all move in together with my parents and be a whole family together. Well, I'm not sure about all that, malarkey. It's a rather large commitment, you know. I think before we all get too... Damn it, I didn't even finish that sentence. Oh my god. Okay, I finished the sentence. I think before we all get too codependent, I should tell you the story of when
Oh no, is it another one of those flashbacks? About sirens? Gah! Boring! Where did you come from? And did you bring any bread? Oh, it's okay. I'm not really here. This is kind of a fourth wall break. Gah! Not really canon. And no, I thought you had plenty of bread. I ran out, probably because I kept giving it away to misunderstood creatures.
Well, no, that's not right. Well, it seems to me this here might be what you call stream of consciousness. But with a little twist. No, I can't do Bob. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to read this line, Flash. Fuck it.
Well, it seems to me this here might be what you call a stream of consciousness, but with a little twist. Whoever's doing this introduction is just choosing what voices to use to tell the story.
Blah, 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 blah. My phone alarm. Fuck, okay. I am your creator's inner voice, here to narrate this intro. And right now, I am the Fae Queen. Isn't that lovely, dearies? Reckon I'm time to hear this one out. That's not right. Reckon I got time to hear this one out.
Oh my god! Was that August Bontemps? From that campaign we didn't finish. What was it called? Gah!
Journey to New Fontaine.
Hey, this is Ugamanster, and it's called New Fountain. Or something that makes a whole lot less sense than what you said. Also, I don't approve of you using my likeness for this.
Enough! You're tingling my turtle senses.
come here, big boy. Make me a deal and I'll tingle your turtle senses whenever you like. Oh no! Is this what they call a gooning session? It's the only thing that scares me.
No.
Who was that? I think it was our DM. Okay, I've had an attitude realignment. I'll tell the story how I see fit, but I don't know how much of it I can keep on the canon track. You'll have to ask the DM later.
That seems reasonable. It's a deal.
Perhaps not the deal I wanted, but probably the deal I deserve. I sit in front of my crystal ball, watching, ever watching, my favorite little turtle man. Oh, how dreamy and unavailable he is, just my type.
No.
Right, sorry. Anyway, Loren appears to be dreaming again. Let's take a quick peek at what it's about. This is where I want you to put in a few seconds from episode 15. Just the very beginning where Loren describes looking in, and then end it after he says dreamy fog. So dumb.
I stare into the vault. Either side of the door is guarded by a stone dragon, each wing touching its counterparts at the tip of the arch. Gold light swells in the center, but it is all of it obscured in a dreamy fog.
Enough! Cyrus this, Cyrus that. I'll turn him into a newt. Oh, wait. He's right here in my garden. I forgot I already turned him into a flower. That will show him. Can't outstage me with your little petunia, now can you? Anyway, basically what's happening in my Fae Wilds is that the gang is trying to perform this ritual to get back home, and they think I don't know they're on their way to my god. That didn't even make sense. Damn it. Anyway, basically what's happening in my Fae Wilds is the gang is trying to perform a ritual to get back home, and they think that I don't know that they're on their way to my garden to take back this filthy little half-orc flower man. They need several items, though, to perform this ritual, and in the latest episode, they've managed to snag the branch hand thing from Trian by setting him on fire and basically beating the shit out of him. That's really all that happened, since the session was kind of short. I don't think a whole lot actually happens each episode. We kind of play around a lot, RPing. It is a lot of fun, and we get so much interpersonal stuff going on, but the overarching plot is rather slow going. The perfect pace, in my opinion. I am rather fond of it. It means I get to see you longer, Loren. Well, not today. I'm cutting this intro short. Or at least shorter than most of my intros. Oh, you most certainly will! What happens to us in the Feywilds? Will we rescue Cyrus and Ormana? Will we split the party and be killed off one by one in some dark forest?
will we find old burned-up crackhead lying in a ditch somewhere? Find out on this episode of...
Hey, what about the stuff going on with us? Oh, what about our story arcs? Yeah, what he said. Our story cars.
Look, I don't know what to tell you. This is Loren Day. You can get into that on your turn to do the intro.
Oh my god, this was the dumbest thing I've ever done. Okay. Sorry.
Guys, I think we should leave.
Zombie.
What are you doing down there?
Hiding.
From?
It.
The creature you were drawing?
Yes.
Is it coming?
Yes.
When?
Now.
What? How did I get here? Something is wrong.
I know I've said it before, but I need you both to know that I may have lost my first family, but you have become my new one. If I die, I need you to rescue Cyrus and Hormana. It sounds selfish, I know, but Cyrus will join you. Whatever he's done in the past, he must make up for it now.
I have no memory of walking in that house.
Exactly. That's what it wants.
What is it?
I can't say its name.
I'm afraid, Malkus.
It's always here. It's always listening. Looking at you. All of you.
Are you doing this?
Not on purpose. Something is accelerating it.
It's waiting. You were fools to come here.
I could save a small handful.
You need to leave this city. Now!
We are here to save Loren's family and find the final component for the portal to get out of here.
No! Oh no! What if I don't know. What if one of them was Cyrus? Oh God! What have I done? I should have known! It would sacrifice the rest of them. There must be another way.
How much longer until we forget our purpose here? How much longer before we forget each other? Our very selves!
Malkus grips me tight. I'm terrified. I'm going to die. But his embrace fans the embers of hope. I was a child the last time anyone held me like this. But I can't even sit up on my own anymore. Who knows how quickly the poison might quicken my end, or how deep the tooth is lodged. Malkus nods, not to me, and the throbbing pain turns sharp as a blade, liquid gushing, spewing out of me, blood, poison, I can't tell. But inside I'm screaming. Darkness clutches me. Dusk come early. I don't want to die. 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 I flail out of the bite of the pale-faced hydra. The spot I was bitten before by Big Linda aches. I've lived through too much to die here. I try not to think about how much time we've lost. The clock on the mantel back at Cliffside still ticks in my head. Tick-tock. Useless. I'm useless. I couldn't save them. It's been 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Am I any closer for it? Oh, 1 day, 2 days pass in the Feywilds, 3 days, more, weeks, months. The memory is a haze, shrouded in an illusory veil. Time is a raging river, no rocks to cling to, washing us away like rotted driftwood. You can't save them. But the pale faces fling Sylth'Rax and Malkus into the air. They'll be swallowed whole, or worse. I have to say them. I can't lose them, not them. There's a song somewhere in the torrent. An itch in the back of my skull, but I can't find it, can't excise it. A gentle lull despite the haunting note. Cyrus places a freshly washed and dried goblet into the cabinet above the wood-burned stove. The smell of lavender and roses wafts from the windowsill where Omana left a bouquet he'd gathered from the garden. He's humming something, but I can't... Yes, Loren, we have a deal. But like every deal with the Fae Queen, it goes horribly awry. He's just a flower now, and not even one he particularly likes. She's just cruel, a parasite. You don't have what it takes. Gargling moans ring out in the dark, arms reaching out for me, for all of us. Something explodes nearby and unleashes a firestorm in the snow-laden forest. But that was where Cracktoe ran off to. No! You failed him. Magic electrifies me from the inside, burning, raging. I harness it, focus it all into my spell. The beams of sickening light intensify and burn a hole into the pale monster's gut. Its life force spills out in pools of black ink as Malkus and Sylth'Rax tumble off its body. The song goes silent. A waste of time. They aren't here. None of the flowers were Cyrus or Omana. But at least they're human now.
No! Remember what you did? We unleashed the zombies, but that wasn't really our fault, was it? More! Bob's sibling, it ate so many people, and we killed their mother based on a rumor, but it was Suture. More, Loren! All those people at Cliffside, Cyrus had... Yes, remember what a waste you are. And those creatures... Bob, Malkus's... Oh no, why does everything we do end up hurting people? Everything I do. That's right, Loren. It's because of you. You don't have the courage to face me. The back of my shell aches in tandem with her words. Whatever strength I have evaporates. I'm not good enough. Everything I do, even with the best of intentions, causes agony for someone else. The flowers I trampled, the zombies, the pale-faced hydra. The terrible deal I made with the Fae Queen. If she isn't stopped, she will eventually release that demon from the scroll. I might not be alive to witness it, but how can I call myself good if I'm the cause of such a calamity? I'm not good. I'm the calamity. My selfishness. My arrogance. They'll hate you. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but when they see what you are, they will hate you. They will hate me. Have you ever come face to face with despair? The basic tension from just being alive undulates core to extremities before going limp, just dead weight. I float, listless, in half-formed thoughts. The ache in my chest, the only indication I'm still alive. The air is too thick to breathe.
Come on, Loren. Try the fish. It's tasty.
Is that okay with you, Loren?
Maybe we should have Bob eat more leaves.
I told you days ago that I'd be willing to help you. Do you have a pot to put them in? Maybe they like being flowers. You all went there with me. I'm very grateful to all of you for doing that. Thank you. Praying is something quiet, normally. Oh, okay, so it goes like, "Oh God, oh mana, oh God." That's how we always said it. Something tells me Cyrus wasn't praying. I should have known what was going on in my own home. You were a kid. You should try a bite.
bread is full of carbs. This has protein in it and stuff. Go ahead. Just try it. Just one bite. See, the stuff in this bun? That's protein, right? No, I don't think so. Close enough. Do the bug. Get the bug. I dare you. No. Last time I told you to try something, you liked it. But at the end of those 3 days, a bath. A bath. And bread. A bath and bread. Yes, of course. I want more spider legs. You? Wanting something other than bread? That's, surprising. We don't talk about this. I wouldn't discredit yourself, Loren. Your knowledge and expertise in magic have gotten us far on this journey. And your tackles. Yes, and I guess your tackles. That's right. They give me strength. I do have courage. They give it to me. They prop me up. I can have the courage to stand each day despite all the pain and the fear because I have them in my life. I am ready to face her.
Something within the artifact sloshed about as Malkus hefted the vessel through the fog. Charring on the air wafted from the inn at Longdale and scorched my senses. Malkus quickened his pace, and cluelessly I trailed behind. Members of his order barked their instructions, and he obeyed. Something wasn't right about the way the vessel rested on his back, but the blazing inferno demanded our attention. I didn't understand what was going on back then. I still don't, really. There's just so many moving pieces on the board. It's going to take some time to catch you up, and I still can't even interrogate you for the real answers we need. His screams echo still from time to time. The burning flesh peeled right off his back. I could see his muscles, but I didn't even understand for a moment what I was looking at. His struggle to keep the pot from fusing into him rended muscle and bone from his body. His blood gushed out. And when the metaphorical dust settled, he was changed. I fed Bob some scrumptious grasses, but Malkus found the taste repugnant. A rustling heap of leaves found their way to me, courtesy of Sylth'Rax, who was determined that Malkus eat his greens. Of course, he refused, so I snacked to my heart's content. The air seemed calmer then, lighter somehow. But I know now that was naivety. Malkus then took a file to his horns, shaving them down further after they'd grown out even a touch. I didn't realize until much later the sorts of things that must have been racing around his head. He was told by the humans who raised him that his mother was a monster, a beast, just like him. Do you remember telling me that story, Cyrus? It was years before I realized that it was a story about you and Ormana. And I've realized on our travels that Malkus probably suffers from something similar within his order. That's why he always files his, well, at least he used to file down his horns.
That's a bit hard for people that look like us.
I remember Malkus and Sylth'Rax talking about sneaking around Norfolk.
What do you mean? Look at us! Look at me!
I knew what he was implying. We stood out in a crowd as a group, sure, but it was his transformation especially which bothered him. I attempted to offer him some encouragement. Did you ever read that old research tome in the stacks near the staircase? Well, it wouldn't have been old, I guess, back then. I wish I had thought to grab it when we were there, but certain revelations... I guess I was a little preoccupied. There's a theory in an old tome, and it says that we're always replacing our building blocks. If I scrape off a bit of skin, it grows back. And it says that, eventually, it is all replaced. But I am still me at the end of it. I don't think all of your new features really change who you are inside, you know.
Loren, I think you need a breath of fresh air.
It takes time, a lot of time perhaps, to be ready to hear some messages. And given recent events... Well, maybe it's best to leave him be for now. I don't want to make him feel worse. As for Sylth'Rax, I think you'll really like her. She's very striking, I guess is the best way to put it. Especially with all the tentacles. We've had to keep her covered with a large cloak whenever we go into some of these towns. I wish, instead of fear, people could see what I see. A heart so soft for any and all creatures could never scare me. You know, Cyrus, I think you'd be fascinated by her abilities. Did you know there were people out there that could walk through dreams? Sylth'Rax can get into a person's head once she and they are both asleep. I cannot fathom how it is done, and I was able to freeze time. Oh, but that's not all she can do. Well, let me explain this one first. Mysterious tomes collected dust inside the ruins of an old library deep in the swampland south of Norfolk, where the dead roamed even more freely than they had in Wolford. Oh, right, I'll have to tell you about our adventures in the frozen north, too, at some point, but anyway, tomes, dust. We were browsing books about eldritch beasts when Malkus cried out in the distance. When we checked on him, it became apparent that he was suffering some severe malady, one that made communication difficult. I'd recently studied a book about the brain, a fascinating tome, but it led me to believe that whatever was affecting him was manipulating his brain. Before I knew it, Malkus's head rested in the grip of one of Sylth'Rax's tentacles.
What are you doing?
It's okay. I've never done this procedure before.
And with a little finagling, Sylth'Rax was able to neutralize a parasite that had been gnawing on his brain. She managed to perform brain surgery better than anything I'd read in that tome, just using one of her tentacles inside of Malkus's skull. The bug she removed was reminiscent of the creatures she'd already collected by that point. Oh, right. That is a whole other matter. The mysterious jaws. Creatures related to her patron, collected in various jars. We'd managed to find quite a number of them. An assassin from Black Hollows even tried to steal one of them out of our boat. You'll likely meet the grown creatures soon. I think we're headed to find the old cave we stayed in, sort of our de facto base. It's part of the great tunnel system these creatures have been digging. I wonder how elaborate it's become. As for me, well, I went looking in Longdale for a healer, and I already told you what happened there, more or less. Malkus said there were healers in his order that may be able to help, but as you well know, they were in the market for someone like me, we'll say. Sometimes the scars they left in my shell still ache. And you might know all about the Fae Queen already, but we defeated her, sort of. Oh, right. Also, in those old ruins in the swamp, I came into contact with a verdant flame. It ignited some madness in my mind and made me question everything. Who I am and the wrongs I've done. But in Oldham, they made pacts with a primordial being, sort of like how Malkus prays or Sylth'Rax communes with her patron, I suppose. Except, it was like I stepped into the life of an ancient being, almost like I relived its entire lifetime in a moment. Feeling the love of the people of Oldham for the primordial, I don't know, I felt at peace there. It healed me. But ever since, things have been a little different. Well, when you wake up, you'll see. You will wake up, right? Won't you, Cyrus?
We were just trying to get to Oldham. The road was quiet, cold. I remembered the sound of the wagon wheels. Loren's silence and his catatonic friends bundled under a blanket. Then the arrow came. Fast, deliberate. It hit Malkus in the thigh. A humanoid creature had fired it from the ridge. No warning, just hostility. Me and Malkus gave chase, leaving Loren behind. We didn't know we were walking into something bigger. While we negotiated with the Dragonborn who had shot him, another group took our wagon, along with the others, into the mountain. No one saw it happen, no one stopped it. The guard we spoke to was different, alert, nervous. He let us in after I agreed to tie up Malkus, who didn't like that. I didn't like that. But I did it. Then he asked my name. When I told him Sylth'Rax Night Soul, he went pale. Started muttering, "I'm gonna lose my head over this," over and over. That's when I knew this wasn't just a hostile outpost. These were my people, and my parents were here. They freed Loren, but not before they fed him horse meat. I think it was our horse. I didn't want to know. I just got him vegetables and tried not to look at the broken remains of our wagon. They had carried us through frost and fog, through battles and silence, and they shattered it like it meant nothing. We were led to my old room, or something like it. My memories of home are blurry, like someone smeared oil across the canvas of my childhood. Loren and others fell asleep quickly, too quickly. I watched them toss and turn. I knew something was wrong. So I walked into their dreams. It's a gift, or a curse. The parasite gave it to me. A being older than names, stranger than gods. It whispers and cravings and symbols, bread, tentacles, and secrets. It never lied to me, but in this dream, it was silent. Something was blocking it, watching us. We were trapped. The dream was shared, twisted, and controlled by a dark entity that built illusions from memories and sealed off escape. I cast it, dispel magic. It fled, I think. And in its place, a moon hung high in the sky, silent, silver, and watching. We broke free to Endless Hall and found ourselves in a house. Familiar, too familiar. I think it was my family's old home, or a memory of it, or a dream built from it. I don't know anymore. Before the dream, I noticed Dragonborn here. Many of them had glazed eyes. Not like the ones who shot us. These were different. Practiced seeing something eerily close to my dream walking, but colder, controlled. Like they weren't walking dreams, like they were being walked by them. I told my companions I was casted out, that my family exiled me. It was easier than the truth. Easier than admitting I left, that I ran. Because I saw what they were becoming, what I was becoming. I walk dreams now, not because I want to, but because there's something watching, something waiting. I need to know what they did to me, what they made me into, before it's too late. I'm not theirs anymore, but I don't think they believe that. I'm still trapped in a dream, the house from my childhood. It should feel familiar, safe, but it doesn't. Everything here is wrong. The halls are lined with puzzles, the floor and walls are rigged with hidden traps. It's like the house itself is daring us to escape. As we searched, I found my old room, my parents' room too. While looking through them, I uncovered memories long buried. A village we once had. Something terrible happened to it. The truth isn't clear, but it lingers like a scar. And then there were sigils, strange, pulsing marks scrawled across the walls. One of them called to me. When I reached out and I touched it, it seared my skin, melting it away from my arm like wax. We were looking for a way out when we heard it. That sound, that presence, a fear I thought I left behind rose up in me like a tide. A shadow, a terror from my childhood, had found us. It began searching, hunting. The three of us, Loren, Malkus, and I, crammed ourselves in the closet of my old room, holding our breath as it prowled. Somehow, it didn't find us. Not yet. Malkus casted a spell to draw it away, giving us our only chance to run. We bolted downstairs and tried to hide. But it found him. I heard him being taken, and in that moment, I knew. This was my nightmare, my problem. I wouldn't let them suffer for it. I teleported to Malkus' side, standing between him and the creature. I tried to speak to it, to reason with it, but as it tilted its head, its face split open, revealing a single staring eye beneath. It locked onto me, cold, unblinking, and I felt my mind start to slip. My thoughts twisting towards its will. Somehow I fought it off. We all did. And with a surge of power, Malkus hurled the thing into a wall. And we ran. Up the stairs, breathless, until we burst into a massive library. Endless rows of books, towering above us like silent sentinels. And that's where we are now. The nightmare isn't over. It's only beginning.
Is it too much to ask for a moment's rest? To have time to process this? It's because of this disgusting form we got captured by Sylth'Rax's people, our carriage dismantled, and our horse likely slaughtered. This could be permanent for all I know. Even if I expel the entity from my body, this form might remain. Why did I let this happen? I'm unrecognizable. How will I face anyone? Julie? Ulrich? Mally? My parents? What have I done? I thought we were going to die. I let the entity take over because we were fighting a being of unimaginable power. We needed every ounce of strength possible if we had any hope of escaping the Feywilds. We defeated the Fae Queen, yes. But at what cost? I don't feel like myself anymore. Sometimes I think Malkus died in the Feywilds, and something foul emerged from his husk as payment for his sins. Now we are stuck in this damned dream world with no way out. Even Sylth'Rax has no idea how to leave. We wander the halls of her forgotten childhood home, chased by some strange being that deteriorates everything it touches. It chased us into this labyrinth of bookshelves. We strangely found ourselves alone upon entering it, and it took us time to find each other. We were stalked by some strange creature made of skin, crawling up the bookshelves and onto the ceiling. It took Loren away, overtook his body, and controlled his movements. He was able to break free of it, get away before it could take him wherever it wanted to take him to. This skin belonged to a man we found lying on the floor in the library. He begged for our help to return the skin to him. Then this strange appendage slithered out of his ear. I grabbed the tentacle and electrocuted it with shocking grasp, putting the poor man out of his misery. But a strange creature emerged from his head. It grew to this disgusting thing made of tentacles. It tried to harm me, but I was able to scare it away with fire magic. We managed to capture the skin monster that took Loren and stuffed it into the small box we found. I'm not sure what we plan to do with it. And we found 3 keys that fit into this door we located. After figuring out how to unlock it properly, it opened. I would hope this would be a way to leave this wretched nightmare. but my capacity for hope is scarce.
I was still trapped in a dreamscape, stuck inside my childhood home. Everything felt wrong, familiar but distant. I opened an old closet, dragged my finger through the dust, just enough to write in the dust, "Clean me," with a little smiley face underneath. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I was trying to feel normal in a place that wasn't. The next room wasn't normal at all. Bodies skinned, breathing, laid across the floor. When I looked up, their skin was pinned to the wall, spelling out the exact words that I had written, "Clean me." Same smiley face, too. I stepped back, shaking. I didn't do that.
You did.
No, I didn't. I only wrote in the dust.
You always start small.
My companions stayed calm, but I could see the fear in their eyes. I checked one of the survivors. He begged me to leave him alone. So we kept moving, deeper into the house. In the kitchen, something shifted. The air got heavy. We heard it. The entity that had chased us before. We hid, we held our breath. It left. Later I found shelves of bread. Real food. Or maybe not. I grabbed a 10-pound loaf anyways. Hoping it wasn't just another dream trick. I gotta get something out of this, right? Then a timer appeared on the wall, counting down to when it would return. We pushed forward. Another room. Another riddle. A half-dead man hanging by a thread. Who knew the way? He led us to a key, a way out of the hall, and down into a wine cellar. That's where it found us. Not the main one, a smaller entity. It knew my name. I don't remember you. I don't remember any of this.
We were playing hide and seek, Sylth'Rax. You left them down there when you ran.
Before I could question it, it vanished, and it promised to give me the same courtesy I had given it. The entity was closing in. We scrambled, searching, trying to find the last key. Too late. It saw us. It grabbed Malkus and we fought, but every wound healed instantly. We stunned it long enough to run. 5 keys and 5 locks. A door opening just as it lunged. We escaped by seconds. Another room, another sigil. I spell siphoned it and I felt something. Something old, something familiar. Nothing else worked, so I got angry. I threw the bowl with that purple concoction in it at the circle. The room collapsed into a vacuum and we were pulled through. We landed in a salt field, facing a massive creature. I knew it. I didn't know it. And then, memories hit me like a blade. My grandfather, gathering the corruption, showing it to the townsfolk, experimenting in the cellar. Me, a child, drinking the liquid, changing. I saw the dining room. I saw the skin bodies again. Not now. Then. No, that wasn't me. I didn't.
You did.
I wouldn't kill my own grandfather.
You already did.
I'm not a danger to them, to my friends.
You are.
The creature opened its eye. Malkus and Loren vanished, and its hands closed around me. Darkness. Then I was awake. All of us were. Back in my room. 20 minutes had passed. Just 20 minutes. We confronted my parents. Well, I confronted my parents, with them listening. They were cold, angry, calculating. They were using the corruption, harvesting it, controlling our people with it. And I learned the final truth. I killed my grandfather when I first transformed into the entity, the one that haunted us in the dreamscape. And now they plan to do something to Norfolk. We demand answers, we got directions, and we will leave.
Warmth fades to cool droplets running down my sore arm. It's a lengthy process, sponge bathing the unconscious, especially with as few supplies and facilities as are available to us. I start with Cyrus's hair since it's the least offensive to touch or look at. Most of the rest I dread. My fingers scrutinize his coarse hair for any tangles as I wash his scalp. It's grown a not insignificant amount since transforming out of his formal perennial state. And quite thick, too, for a half-orc of his age from what I've read. Eyes sear into my flesh from nearly every direction here. I realize they're primarily focused on Malkus, but that only serves to broil me from the inside out instead. How dare they judge so easily and so harshly? He's been through enough without their curiosity or their malice. And Sylth'Rax, too, come to think of it. I'd never considered spitting on even Ormana before. Well, maybe a little, but when I hawked at her parents, I surprised even myself. But surely you'd understand, right, Cyrus? Hell, even Ormana would have grinned if he'd seen me do it. Just desserts, he'd call it. So, maybe that wasn't so bad a thing, but then again, I forget what you've done. I'm so confused now, all the time. Do you remember when you explained to me what a conscience is? It took me so long to understand the nature of it. I kept trying to hear a voice in my head, only to eventually realize the duality of its role. At once both background noise and the shadow which pulls the lever. It used to be that I could hear in my mind only a handful of competing voices to explain to me how to be good. And usually that was you, Cyrus, or sometimes one of my other tutors, of course, replaying some bit of lecture or another. Or a voice unknown from out of a book I'd read. But now there's others too. Malkus teaching me prayer, Sylth'Rax daring me to try something new, and even a Nile telling me to run. It's strange, Cyrus. Malkus, Sylth'Rax, they have terrifying demons that have at some point controlled them. Do they each have two competing shadow people who pull their levers, who ignite thought to action. It sounds terrifying. But I think what's perhaps even more terrifying is that I keep making the wrong decisions all on my own. The shadow in me which pulls the lever ultimately is simply me, even if I don't always recognize it. I can hear the jury of background voices telling me what to do, and I can know that I am about to do something wrong, or potentially wrong, and still pull the lever on it anyway. No entity to blame my decisions on. I am my own entity. I am the one who is terrifying. And even now, in the jury chorus, I hear her voice. It's all your fault, Loren. I talk with Malkus again about my new responsibilities regarding Cyrus and Ormana, but I leave the rest of my thoughts out of it. I decide to pray to the primal beast in the pond, thinking that perhaps it could bless us in some way, even though I still don't understand a thing like prayer. But instead, visions. Horrible visions of Oldham. We rush back to the beast, wasting no time. Everything happens so quickly. The Order of Imperius is marching on Oldham, an impending doom upon the town. The beast shows me this. Shows me that I must save its people. I do try to talk to their leader, but he won't see reason. He's determined to die defending his home. I can hear your voices, all of you, my background chorus. There's so much noise. Heat fills my head, it's dizzying. The wells of my eyes are liable to burst, and the only thing damming them is my anger. There's so many voices to filter, but out of it all an idea arises like curds in whey. Kidnap them. You're exactly as terrible as I am, Loren. One voice is clear, but I don't care. There's no time to care. The Shadow's hand is ready to pull. His face is mine, but he's smiling. I don't feel good about this. Do I? But Sylth'Rax offers another solution. We talk again with their leader, but this time we offer to use her creatures, expose them to the people of Oldham. With her word, they will not be harmed. A solution that includes burying the primal beast so he won't be destroyed. And by some miracle, he and the people of Oldham agree, for the most part. But there's so little time, and the people struggle to get out. They're so attached to their belongings and their homes. But the company from Nimont fires at the wall, and I know that time has run out for the people of this village. It's time. I order Sylth'Rax's creatures to steal away the remainder of the people. Perhaps it's not as evil a thing as kidnapping them from the beginning could have been, but they were still terrified. And the part of the chorus voiced by the Fae Queen beams quite happily at me. I really might be as terrible as she. Sylth'Rax rejoins us, having been nearly captured. But we make it into the tunnels, and her creatures cover the entrance. The ceiling above quakes under the march of the Order of Imperius, and somewhere up there is the devil who tried to sacrifice me for my magic. The one who makes deals under threat. The one who betrayed Malkus and Imperius. Perhaps the greatest threat to us, greater than the Fae Queen even. A threat to all. The Seraphic Commander.